You know. Yeah, already. Yeah, other people know that song. Yeah, yeah, online. Super single. Or how good is it?
No, you can- To get in. Okay. I want to apologize to everyone that we're running late. But we'll be starting right now. Thank you all for being here and your patience. Okay, no problem. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Mitchell,
Here.
Vice Mayor Santeen,
Here.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Here.
Councilman Behet,
Here.
Councilman Vasquez.
Here.
There is a quorum present.
Thank you. I'd like to ask everyone to stand if you're able to, and we're going to have an invocation by Councilwoman Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. Lord who enlightens, we ask for your supernatural wisdom as we make some tough decisions in this meeting. Help us to carefully consider the relevant information that has been gathered. May those sharing information give us pertinent points so we all clearly understand. Help us to innovate as we brainstorm solutions. Help us to wisely evaluate our options, considering the pros and cons. Help us to be unified in making the best possible decisions and to effectively carry them out. Amen. I would also, did you want me to do it now? I'd also like to take a moment to recognize former Councilman Eric Elza, which just passed away this weekend. I just wanted to send my condolences to him and his family, and if we can have just 2 minutes of a moment of silence for him. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
I
pledge
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone, for Is my mic on? Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight for our August 7th budget workshop meeting. And again, I apologize that we're running late. Really appreciate your patience. So before we get started with the workshop, I wanted to ask the council, we have a workshop tonight, and then we have another one on the 21st, I believe. And I'd like to go ahead and schedule a third one should we need it. Because what I anticipate is that this meeting will be hearing from these departments and listening to that. Then the next workshop will be similar. And then I think we'll need a third workshop to kind of go through and really decide what our budget will be. If we can finish that before, that's fine. But I think at this point right now, I'm looking at it, I think we need to plan for the third workshop. And Erica, I think you reached out to everyone to get an idea.
Oh, I was going to present it.
Oh,
to-
okay. If you could present some possible
some
dates, and that way we
dates.
already have it.
I have Wednesday, the 23rd at 6 p.m., which would be following that second workshop, budget workshop.
It'd be 2 days after the second
Correct.
workshop.
Yes. Then I had offered, or I was thinking of having a budget workshop on the 28th, which is the night of the council meeting, but at 5 o'clock. So it gives us about 2 hours if needed for a budget workshop.
That's cutting it
Cutting it
close.
close.
That'll be a marathon evening.
Yeah.
too.
Well, the 23rd, I would.
Okay, and then
And
the
then
other date was the 30th, which is also a Wednesday.
The 30th is,
I can't do the 30th.
you can't do the 30th. Okay, so is everyone in agreement with Wednesday,
23rd.
the 23rd, which would
23rd.
be 2 days after our second budget meeting? Then and if we don't need it, we'll at the next budget meeting, then at that third budget meeting, we'll go through and actually decide on
I think it'll
what's
help us,
possible.
it'll help the process to know that you'll have one final meeting where you kind of look at
Where we
everything from,
decide.
take a step back.
Yes.
I agree. I
Yes.
agree.
And also I'd like to make one comment is, our city keeps improving. I think every single year going back, for those of us that have been here for numerous years, we keep improving, we keep getting better. We're just such a desirable, great place to be. This year is going to be a challenge for us because just like nationwide inflation has gone up, and the cost of labor and the cost of products and insurance has gone up. Our city is experiencing the same thing. So it's going to be a very difficult budget process because we have a lot of increases in cost from operating just over last year. And we're going to work through it. We'll figure it out. But I do want to encourage all the residents who you want to voice your interest to us, your priorities. We're here to listen. Ultimately, we're going to have to make a decision on our budget, but it's really important to have input from our residents as to, what you'd like to see. So thank you all for being here. And Tammy, before we open it with you, I'd like to open it for public comments. If anyone, we don't really have anything to sit, but if anyone wants to speak, 2 minutes. Or if you want to speak on a certain later when we get to a certain department and you'd like to, let me know. But I think sometimes the easiest thing is to speak right now. Just keep it brief, 2 minutes, please. Okay, come
Yep.
right up here to the podium and
Hello, everyone. My name is Mario Sandino. I'm a resident at 1901 Ludlam Drive, Miami Springs, Florida. I'm here to speak on behalf of the pickleball community. Basically, we would like to see dedicated pickleball courts. As you guys know, it's the fastest growing sport in America for a couple of years now, and I think that we have now outgrown the facility where we're currently playing. We're very thankful to the tennis community, which has provided us a space to play with. But as you guys may be aware, there is a little friction already because we're too saturated in that area. I wanted to see if that's something that we can discuss, and I've been working with the Parks Director to basically look at the possibility of having dedicated courts at Stafford Park. I think that would be probably the best location, and we would like to start with at least just the courts and eventually maybe transition into getting lighting. But I think just with 4 courts for now, I think there's something that could be reasonably done for a reasonable amount of money. And yeah, I think the community stands behind me on that sentiment. And I would hope that you guys are in agreement with me and the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Enrique?
Enrique Guerrero, good evening, 240 Lenape Drive. I just wanted to add to what Mario says. I'm thankful of what we've done. So for now, for the support that you gave us, that we had the pilot program that's been successful, and hoping for the permanent courts then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that, just for public comments? Okay. Then I'll close public comments and we'll start with opening remarks by our interim city manager, Tammy Romero.
Sure, just for some housekeeping items, I just wanted to say that we will be deferring the planning budget for this evening. We'll be deferring that until the August 21st meeting. As you know, CGA is our consultants for planning, and they will be coming before you at the August 14th meeting to discuss some of the special projects that have been discussed amongst you folks for discussion and consideration for the upcoming budgets. Okay. In preparation for this first workshop, we're presenting to you a budget which includes various options and alternatives so that we can make a fiscal decision for this fiscal year 23-24 budget. At our current millage rate that we set the cap at 6.99, the budget would show a deficit of $594,603 that may at this point be funded through available fund balance. At our current operating millage rate of 6.91, the budget would create a deficit in the amount of $716,625. This scenario includes the budget assumptions as detailed in each and every department's budget, and does not include any of the wish list items that are presented for you in that section 1 of your budget books. Each reduction that we make with a 1/10 of a mil in a reduction, it's equivalent to $152,528. So, and you'll see some of those possible reductions as listed in your book on page 1-3. Chris has been gracious enough to list the millage impact that it would have on each of the budgeted items. The total general fund budget is 23 million, little over 23 million, which is about 14 million or 61.1% of that budget represents employee salaries and benefits. And the remaining 8.9 is to cover all of the other city costs and needs. The following items are some of the more significant items that are needing budget requirements, which we have listed in your books, which is capital expenditures of approximately $163,100 in the general fund, which includes the park and recreation for $20,000 to renovate the tennis courts. Finance includes a $1,500 electronic check signing machine. The golf course has $4,000 of in order to refresh the pro shop and the driving range ball machine area. The police have $3,000 for 2 administrative laptops, $1,100 for 1 router, $20,000 for 7 Toughbook laptops, $8,000 for 5 AED defibrillators, $49,500 for 10 radios, $16,000 for cameras and licenses, which would be grant funded, partially grant funded. $30,000 for the storage array, which is also grant funded, and $10,000 for a fingerprint scanner. The following are other funds that do not affect the general fund, which is the sanitation department, which is an enterprise fund, which includes $34,383 for a new Ford F-150 regular cab XL 4x2. In the fiscal year 23-24 budget, it also includes a 4% COLA for all general employees. That COLA represents about $213,000 into the budget. Also, for this fiscal year, we will be adding an additional part-time code enforcement / building personnel. The cost of health insurance increased by 8.5%, or approximately $128,000. Our property insurance has also increased by approximately 140%, or a total of $419,000. So our total property insurance is effectively $720,000 on an annual basis. The city is currently in the police negotiations with the police union. So that is still on the table. The police budget includes a retirement payout in the amount of approximately $159,000. And I believe we've just learned that amount may change due to a recent notification that we have another retiree that will be retiring with us in December. The budget also includes an approximate annual increase to the city manager's budget of $155,000. The city manager budget includes $45,000 for a lobbyist and $36,000 for a grant writer, which is the same we've had in the past. There's an increase in the senior center funding of approximately $210,000. That's to cover meals, programs, and services. The public works budget includes $50,000 for citywide tree planting and $100,000 for tree trimming, which is consistent with years past. The council budget includes $35,000 funding for CMI, $14,000 for the River Cities, and $6,000 for the Historic Museum for storage costs, which is also consistent with years past. The city has accumulated a very healthy unassigned fund balance over the years in order to meet the unexpected events such as disasters or hurricanes. We have approximately $7 million in that general fund. As you're aware, we are required by GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, to have a minimum of a 15% on an annual basis, which that 15% would equate to about a $3.5 million. However, the city has a pretty wealthy reserve right now of 25% in the amount of $5.8 million. If we were to go below that 25%, the city would have to replenish those reserves back up to the 25% within 2 fiscal years. On pages 1-3, it provides again the possible reductions along with the impact to the millage, either on a plus or a minus. Some of the proposed reductions affect service levels and some do not. Some affect the employees' pay and benefits, and others affect the current programs and subsidies. On pages 1-4, lists some of your budget considerations, which we call our wish list. And these are not included in the budget this evening or any of your budget books, but however, they are before you for consideration. On page 1-5 is a financial dashboard showing the history of our millage rate for the past 20 years. And on page 1-6, it provides a graphic view of the city's fund and how each of the the relation to each of the departments and the general fund. So with that, I will go ahead and open it up so that we can begin on section 2 with the city council's budget. I'll turn it over to Chris.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. You'll see in the city council budget, there's a budgetary highlight section that's highlighted in yellow. And it shows that the council budget is approximately 24,000 or 12.7% less than in fiscal year 23. And some of the highlighted items there is we've had some slight deductions in the Historical Society request. And also River City for this year in 24 is less than what we paid them in 23 by approximately $12,000. I'm not, and we have other items. We had a small increase in contractual services of about $1,500. A decrease in travel and per diem of $3,300. And a decrease in printing and binding of $450. For a total decrease of approximately 24,000. Does anybody have any questions? Comments?
So Chris, what you're doing for our budget is you're going by what we allocated this past, or actually used this past year, and just moving that for fiscal year 25, 23, 24. Right?
Well, I'm presenting what I received from the city clerk, but they're very similar in amounts to last year. And I believe the only change might have been a decrease in the Historical Society, because I believe they had money allocated last year to repair a fence or install a fence, place a fence.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for Chris? We're good.
Next section is the city clerk's budget. Under section 3. That budget is approximately 21,000 or 6% higher than in 23. And the increase there, besides some small changes in operations, which went up and down, is primarily salary and benefit changes regarding, payroll, which includes the 4% COLA and the increase in health insurance costs. Does anybody have any questions there? No?
36,000 difference was added in the new assistant. Was there an assistant to the clerk or no?
We've always had the.
Is your mic on?
Clerk.
It's an increase in salary.
In salary?
Your mic. Is your mic on?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because I couldn't hear you.
Thanks, Walter.
What was your question, Councilwoman?
My question was the $36,000 difference, that was an increase in salaries, or what was it that?
The difference in this year's budget is the 21.
It's 21,040, right?
It's 21, yes, 21,000 in total for the entire department, the
Right.
majority of which is under salaries and benefits related to the COLA and the health insurance increase.
Okay.
Is there a specific reason why office supplies went up from last year to this year? Was there something that? It went up by 1,200. Is that because there was a particular
Oh, it's
event?
right between Staples and the paper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
cost of paper. Yeah.
What is the liability insurance under this, though?
The liability,
For- No, but that's not paid as a whole through the city
It's separated.
it's spread out in the
Each
departments of the
department. We
city.
have them separated. Okay.
Yes,
All right, thank
under
you.
account 45, ending in 4530.
So every department has their own liability
Yes, for
insurance.
the most part, yes.
Thank you, Chris. All right, any questions for Chris or Tammy or Erica? This is for department.
What is, Chris, the POS employee only? There was an increase of 3,500. I don't remember what that is.
Those are health insurance increases depending on what the employee chooses, whether it's employee and spouse, employee and child, employee and family, due to the increase in Humana of 8.5%. That's across the board in every department of the city. And those are based on also what, at the time that the budget books were sent out to be worked on, what the employees had already chosen at that point in time.
Right, and the unemployment compensation, what,
That's a zero.
what do we pay? No, I'm seeing, oh, that's, sorry. Above that,
Pension,
40,
the 4,000, yeah, that's the pension expense, the general employees pension plan.
All right. I think we're good.
Okay, section 9, police department. The police budget went up approximately 12% from last year for a total amount of $984,000. The majority, there's a large increase in contractual services, which relates to a computer software system that is also grant funded. You'll see that under the contractual services line, I believe it's an increase. You'll see a $431,000 increase. That was mentioned in the budget memo by Ms. Romero, that there was a cost of, there was a storage array cost that was grant funded and another item, but that's a large component of that. It's system related. And the chief could talk about that a little bit more in detail.
This is grant we do get a grant for this or not?
Yes,
This amount?
yes. There's another excuse me, there's another item on the wish list that is the PVM 50 storage array, $30,000. That's also part of the grant. We've had an incredible amount of problems with our current software system, and it's a software that is what's called CAD, computer aided dispatch, and CARE, computer aided report entry. The CAD system is what our dispatcher will put into the system on the computer, and it goes automatically to the laptop that the officers have in their cars. Since I've been here, we transitioned from one software company to another. And unfortunately, this one has been to the point where we won't even get a call back when we have a problem with it. On the computer report entry system, the CARE system, it's the same system. The software is when an officer writes a report on his laptop, that is all processed, reviewed, and that's the initial report an officer responds to and takes that signal. The company we're looking at has had a lot of success throughout the state of Florida, very responsive. And like I said, it would be covered by the grant.
Is this the grant that Jose
Yes,
got us? Okay.
yes,
I
yes. He's
wanna-
been working very hard on that.
All right. I
Very,
want to
very hard.
do a shout out while we're this for
Absolutely.
Jose, his last name is
Mendoza.
Mendoza, Jose Mendoza, who's your IT, the police
Correct.
IT specialist.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
And he's great.
Through the
and
chair.
Got this grant. Yes.
What is the new company, Chief?
Called
that
Pro
you-
Phoenix.
What is it called?
Pro Phoenix. Several departments in Miami-Dade County are using them. And we've reached out to them. We've also reached out. There's a Northport, Florida, a little bit larger than us. They've been using it now for 3 years. Every agency that's been using them that we've reached out to is very happy with their service. Not just the product, but they're very responsive whenever there's an issue. And
They get calls back when you call them.
absolutely, and right away, and they don't nickel and dime you for every little thing.
They don't want,
Nickel and dime you for every little thing. And they're very open to suggestions. Hey, have you thought about with this report doing A, B, and C? Oh, let's work on it. And next thing you know, they've got it done.
thank you, Chief.
Um, it-
Also, I wanted to just make council aware, there are a lot of items that the chief did request, but based on the budget position, they've been moved to the wish list. Specifically, there's officers on the wish list. There's
Additional
5 police cars are on the wish list.
Is that the
There's-
lieutenant in addition?
Yes, and if I may, there's a couple of other items. One of them that's very important is our tasers. The current taser, and Sergeant Sandoval is one of our instructors, is obsolete. It's being discontinued. This happened about 11 years ago in 2012 when they went from a particular the X26 model. The company is Axon, and basically just about every law enforcement agency in the United States that has tasers uses Axon. The amount here for the taser package is $112,000. That's $112,000 for 5 years, but it's also incorporating a body worn camera system, which part of that expense is also covered by a grant. We are probably one of the few, if not the last agency in Miami-Dade County that's not using body worn cameras. The body worn camera is an asset when it comes to evidence, when it comes to protecting officers from false allegations. It clears, things up. And it is an expensive tool, but it's something that's very worth for the protection, not just the officer from this, but for the city, from a liability standpoint. As far as the tasers are concerned, that's a secondary, less lethal option. If we don't have the tasers, then it would increase the chances of an officer getting into a physical encounter, or unfortunately, maybe even up to a lethal alternative. As I said, the system we have now is obsolete. It's not being made anymore. So we currently have about 8 tasers in our inventory. We have 2 new officers that still haven't been assigned tasers. So we will use what we have from the inventory and leave us with 6. But once those are gone, if they break, if something happens to them, we won't be able to replenish them or resupply with the same type of taser. If we don't get this system, then we still would need monies in the budget to at least buy the additional cartridges, and not just the cartridge that the officer uses on a deployment, but for training purposes.
Chief, the 112,000 is for both of those items. It's for the
It's a
tasers
combined
and
package.
for the body
Worn
cam.
cameras. Yes, sir. It's a combined package. Yes, it is. The system is also very interesting and unique in the sense that if an officer deploys his taser, the body worn camera automatically turns on. Or his firearm, if he happens to have to go to his firearm, body worn camera automatically turns on. Another mention was patrol vehicles. Whether we get the officers on the wish list or not, we're in a position where we have maybe 1 or 2 spare vehicles. We've identified 12 current vehicles that are at 100,000 miles or more. And those 12 vehicles, the maintenance and repairs of those vehicles have been close to about $400,000. So
So we have 2 vehicles. You said we have 2 vehicles extra available right now
How many
for
spare
officers?
spare vehicles and Even those vehicles alone are over 100,000 miles.
And as a matter of fact, just about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, one of our canine officers, his vehicle broke down. I believe it's a transmission issue. And we have been waiting for 3 cars that we ordered October of 2022. And we just recently got an update that the manufacturer had assigned a VIN number. Okay, that's great. But when is the production date? They haven't been able to give us a production date of those vehicles. So we've had to scramble to get our officer and his dog to work, because his canine is a tool that if he can't get it to work safely, and especially in this heat nowadays, that dog sits at home. So it's a tool that we cannot use. So we've come up, we took an Advent SUV, put a spare or portable carrier with a heat sensor in it, so he can at least use his dog and bring it to work. So as a result of that, we've identified 3 vehicles here in the state of Florida that we're in the process of, but that's something we will discuss at the next council meeting, canceling the current order of the 3 vehicles
I'm going with you.
and going with these 3 that are here in Central Florida. And it's actually saving us some money. Ideally, I would love to have a fleet of all the same make and model cars. That's better for, maintenance and repairs and so on and so forth. And there's been some questions about why we have Tahoes.
Why we have what?
Tahoes.
Oh, yes.
They're big. Yeah, they use a lot of gas, but we got the Tahoes because that's the only thing that was available at the time. We were at a position where we went from the Chargers that many years ago, when they first were introduced as police vehicles, they were having some issues. A lot of police departments were canceling the Chargers. So we went from the Chargers to the Ford Explorer. What I think is a mistake, but I'm not an automotive guy. Ford discontinued the Crown Victoria, which I think is probably the best police vehicle that could have been. But so they went strictly with the Ford Explorers. So we started getting Ford Explorers. Then Ford Explorers delay in, from the time we placed the order to the time we get the cars. So then at that time, there was Chevy Tahoes available. So I opted, listen, I got to get cars for my officers to be out on the street, because it doesn't make any sense. I have officers, I have no cars. They got to be out on the street patrolling. That's part of the job, proactive patrolling, taking care of issues before they arise. So that's where we're at with cars.
Through the
Chief,
chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Sorry, Councilman.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead,
Would it,
Councilwoman.
you just mentioned that one of the officers, you guys had to go and pick him up from home to bring him to work because his car broke, didn't turn on.
Well, we were able to get him here. Correct me if I'm wrong. We towed his car. Right. His car was towed here. And then we had an Explorer that was an administrative car. One of our lieutenants was using it.
So that's okay. That's okay. My question is that maybe for older cars like that, you're having issues for, I don't know if it was already, coming in with some issues, maybe station it at the police station and then have the officer use his own vehicle to come and commute until a car comes in. I mean, is that possible? Because I know that, some cities have police officers station their cars at the police station for the night and then they go home. But what I'm saying is that just for the problematic cars, that maybe it's better that way that, the officer can get to work. At least he has his vehicle, he gets to work, and then, until you get the vehicle. Because what are your thoughts on that?
One of the things you mentioned about some departments, I can only guess that it's very, very small departments that don't allow officers to have an assigned vehicle or a take-home vehicle. One of the draws to a department for a young officer is a take-home vehicle program. And you will find that from the beginning of the take-home vehicle program, departments have actually saved money. When I started on the job, we had fleet cars. In other words, you work day shift. I'm afternoons, I'm waiting around. When you come off duty, I take your car. I work the afternoon shift. And then the midnight officer waits for me to come off shift. He takes that car. So that car is running 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Those cars were lasting approximately 2.5 years because of the constant running of the car. with the assigned vehicles and then eventually into the take-home vehicle program that just about most departments have, and especially in Miami-Dade County, those vehicles are lasting 5 to 7 years. So it's a cost savings. And as far as an officer coming to work, we're doing that now with probationary officers until they pass probation and then they're assigned a car. But something like a canine officer, you know, it's, I don't know if that'd be something that could be feasible. You work canine. Is there anything you want to add?
No, you would have to have, you have to have access to that. That dog is a tool for your department. So it's not feasible to have the dog sit at home and transition between cars like that, at least not for canine. So.
So you're saying it's more economical for a police officer to have a vehicle signed to take home and come back to work?
Yes.
Is there,
Sorry?
if they can take it home, is it within Dade County or are they allowed to live in Broward, Palm Beach? Because I know in some departments, the officers live up in Coral Springs or whatever, and they're talking about mileage on cars.
Right.
That's a substantial every day.
I
Do we have a provision that, you know, it's a take home car if they're in Dade County, or they can literally live?
Well, right now, we don't have any officers that live outside of Miami-Dade County.
Okay.
So
Mayor, we got a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Chief, what are the other contractual services that went up from 63,000 last year to 495? What's the?
part of that is that the software that is going to be grant funded.
How much of that chunk was the software? Do you know? Was that,
I don't have the exact amount right.
but that was the bulk of it?
Yes.
And that software is a one-time, well, you never say one time, but how long is that gonna?
Well, the software, there's an initial cost, obviously, and let's say we were to say to them today, okay, go. It would take approximately a year for us to go live, give or take. And then once it goes live, just like every software that we've been using since, you know, even before I got here, there's always a yearly maintenance or some sort of agreement.
Is that the software you were saying that is for the calls and for reporting the
Computer
dispatch car?
aided dispatch and computer aided report entry. Yes.
And when's the last time we go with the software? That's replacing an obsolete software. How long did we have that one for? I'm trying to get a sense of.
Sure. We've had that one maybe 4 or 5 years, I believe. About 4 or 5 years. When we first went with them, they were the talk of the town. Everybody was very happy with them.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, just departments started complaining and their service started going down. And a lot of departments, I don't know. I know we've been having problems with them for at least 2 years. At least 2 years.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Chief, going back to the fleet management and the particular cars for the officers. And I had another question, but you answered it by saying the Crown Vic is not around anymore. You know, the Crown Vics were the popular
cars.
car in many departments. This company that you ordered from and that you want to just, you know, let not go with them because it's been almost a year and they haven't produced the vehicles that you requested. And I said, I know you had an alternate, but I'm assuming these are new vehicles, right?
Yes, they are.
They're coming to you.
Brand new.
So is there another company that can do this? What I'm trying to understand, I don't know this field very well. I'm just trying to understand why it would take a company, you know, so long to produce vehicles. They're producing vehicles. Why would it take? I know they have specific things, but I'm just looking, I'm thinking, you're thinking, looking forward. This is an issue that comes up periodically, I imagine. The
Well,
replacement of vehicles.
What really threw everything to a loop was COVID. With COVID, the delays in production, the delays in getting equipment,
Understand.
parts on the boat coming from, I'm not going to mention where, but that's a whole other subject.
Yeah.
But when we look for cars, we usually go with state contracts, Florida Sheriff's Association, and they have dealers throughout the state.
Right.
They may have Chevy, they may have Ford, Dodge, etc. So we put in the order, and that dealer will then put in the order with the manufacturer.
Got it.
So it's not so much a dealer, or maybe it is on the, I don't really know that aspect of it, but the letter we got assigning the VIN that I just spoke about, cars that we ordered, 3 cars that we ordered in October, which by the way, 2 of them are K9 cars to replace one of the ones that broke down. That was the manufacturer that sent us the letter. Here are the VIN numbers, but we can't give you a manufacturer start date. So, and I'll say it was Ford. We were
Yeah,
going with
yeah.
Ford Explorers. So through some research, I looked some stuff up online, Sergeant Sandoval. Also, we found a dealer in Central Florida that has Dodge Durangos, police Dodge Durangos
Mhm.
sitting there, and said, no, they're right here. I'm looking right at them. So that's something we're going to bring to you, to the council next Monday. And
I understand that vehicles, just generally in the United States, are
Yes.
Parts come from all over the world, and then they put them together, and that's that business model has changed quite a bit. So, but thank you, Chief.
you're welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
The vehicles that you ordered, obviously for the canines, you need an SUV, right? Because
Correct.
that's something, but the other vehicles, did you also order SUVs that, or? like
Right now, the
same
trend,
type of-
right now, the trend is SUVs. So of the 3 vehicles that we had ordered last year, 2 were for K9 and 1 was for patrol. Why the SUVs? The amount of equipment an officer is carrying nowadays is just so much that I can't think, other than the Crown Victoria, of a car big enough to be able to carry all the equipment an officer carries. And as you mentioned about an officer coming in his car, again, going back to my days, I would come in my car, my personal vehicle, to work, grab the patrol car that I was assigned, and I would have to take my equipment from my personal vehicle, put it in the patrol car, and head out. That usually takes 15, 20 minutes. So that's less time than an officer. And I know minutes in some other job may not be a big deal, but in minutes in police work, you could be on top of a call or stopping a suspicious car or handling something within those minutes.
No,
So
but I'm trying to think of more of a reliable plan, because if we're ordering cars that, unless we actually, I know it's a lot of material, and I appreciate your work, and I don't sit in a police car every day. But if you're concerned with your turnaround and getting your police officers out there in reliable cars, and they're not canine units, then maybe we should look at another type of vehicle, just to have maybe at least 1 for spare, because I don't know how this works. But to wait around for a vehicle that's on back order and you can do without because it's not canine, I'm just trying to see what our options are here.
well,
But
there's 3 manufacturers right now that are basically producing police cars: Dodge, Chevy, and Ford. And this last time, I believe I mentioned it to Sergeant Sandoval, I don't care what kind of cars we get, as long as we get cars so I can put my officers out on the streets, with the exception of canine vehicles.
But the point is moot because you're going to bring it to us next meeting that you want to try to switch to these Durangos and see if we can get out of the other order, right? Because there's
Yes,
no
well,
time.
the other order's already been canceled.
All right, okay. So,
Already been canceled. So as far as why the Durangos, because they're there.
Yeah.
They're there.
makes
And it would
sense.
just be a matter of paperwork, and they bring them to us.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
You've got 2 line items here. You've got repairs and maintenance. That's a $51,000 increase from the previous year, but you also have fleet maintenance. What's the difference between fleet maintenance? So fleet maintenance is 14,000 more than the previous year. And repairs and maintenance is 51,000 more than the what's the difference between fleet maintenance and repairs and maintenance?
You have an item number there, sir?
Yeah, it's 45-10 and 46-00.
If you give me a minute, I'll get you that
Yeah,
information.
yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at
So-
the things that are a lot more expensive and we know that there's reasons like the city in general is dealing with increases in different types of insurance. So those stand out because they're more than the previous years and I just didn't understand the difference between repairs and maintenance, which went up.
Okay,
by
fleet
51%.
maintenance, I'm sorry to cut you off, sir.
Fleet
Fleet maintenance is strictly for
is
vehicles.
the vehicles.
Right,
What's the
and
other?
repair and maintenance is for other equipment,
If you-
tasers, I'm sorry.
Turn a couple pages into the book after that section. I think it's the 5th page in. You'll see a breakdown for each section. And you'll see descriptions of each. I think it's the 5th page. From where you are, it's you got 1, 2, 3, the 4th page, 4 more pages in. And you'll see the fleet maintenance and the repairs and maintenance and the breakdown for each.
The chair, chief, how many what's the inventory of cars that we have, like?
Right now?
Used to new,
I'm sorry,
yeah, just the inventory of the cars that we have,
total cars?
34.
Motors and our vehicles.
And how many of those are relatively new, or the last, I guess, 3 or 5 years?
Last few years, all 50.
15? Thank you.
Okay, while we're talking about the vehicles, okay, so we have 34 vehicles and how many officers?
We are budgeted at 47,
47.
Those are actually officers.
right? But we also have 4 motorcycles and we have administrative cars and detectives cars.
How many detective cars do we have?
4 detectives, but then admin, our lieutenant in charge of detectives, he has a car.
So 5?
I'm sorry?
Is it 5 then, or is it 4? Or there's 4 and 1 share?
No. The lieutenant has a car and our 4 detectives have cars.
The take-home vehicles, that's something relatively new, right? Within the past,
That
because that wasn't that long ago that we didn't have take-home vehicles.
That happened right around the time of COVID.
So what happens, chief, if, say an officer's out on vacation for 2 weeks, the vehicle stays at his house
Yes.
for 2 weeks? And it's a vehicle we can't use. Is there any policy that if you're going to be out for, say, more than a certain number of days, that vehicle gets left here so it's an available vehicle to
Well,
us?
the policy we have is, for example, if somebody's out on extended sick leave or something of that nature, we will pick up the car.
What's extended sick leave?
That's almost like a case by case basis. Yeah, FMLA. that.
The vehicles that they take home, they can use them for personal
No,
business?
No.
Or they go
No.
home, they sit until they come back on shift?
correct. Can't use it for personal business.
Huh.
They have them filled with gas here in the city? Where
Yes.
do they fill that?
Yes,
Public Works.
Public Works.
Public Works, okay.
I mean, how do you, I'm sorry, through the chair, how do you, I mean, I'm not trying to speculate, we just have an interesting future ahead of us here. I just want to understand how are those vehicles monitored? I mean, do they have like, obviously they have GPS, but you're not gonna be, oh, Fulanito's out, like, you're not gonna be micromanaging people. So as far as mileage goes, do they clock in the mileage before they're gonna tap in for the week or when they're not working?
On a daily basis. Part of the
On
entry,
mileage?
part of the entry into their computer is starting mileage, ending mileage.
Do you have any?
Plus, it's not too official, but we have a very interesting network among law enforcement agencies, the State Chiefs Association. Every once in a while, you see a car from some other agency way off somewhere else, and you go, what's going on there? So, you know,
I see them
we
all
get
the time.
calls. We get calls.
I'm around driving for work all the time and I go, why are they? I'm just trying to, look at where we can preserve cars where we can, right? And really, we're just trying to create reliable cars for you guys.
Right.
Making sure that you guys have what you need.
Chief, Pro Phoenix is the new software that you guys are getting?
No, we're looking at, yes, yes.
So in other contractual services, the one that I mentioned first, that one that is 430 something $1,000 over. I see there that the big expense there is the Pro Phoenix. Is $424,000. So that's the initial cost to get the new software. I see in the repairs and maintenance we were talking about, the big cost there is $53,000 for the annual support and maintenance of Pro Phoenix. So does that's the one that you'll continue to pay? Like,
Yes.
what is the system you have now?
The company,
Mhm.
they've changed their names a couple times. I think their latest name is Central Square.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they have an annual fee, like
Well-
an annual support?
Well,
and
it's interesting that you brought that up because we were having so many issues with them that I went to our city attorney and they drafted a letter.
Mhm.
And right around the time we drafted the letter saying how dissatisfied we were with the service, it was about the time that we were due to pay them their annual maintenance fee. And I said, I'll get in trouble, but I'm not paying them a dime.
Right.
And we haven't paid them a dime since.
Now, both of these say grant next to it.
Well, the
Does
Pro
that mean-
Phoenix, the software is grant funded. Yes.
Okay.
What was the other one? I'm sorry.
So it comes up twice, right? It comes up in the other country. The big ones that I'm looking at that are higher from the previous year was other contractual services, and you mentioned that was the new software. So that's a $424,000 over the previous year.
Right.
And then it comes up again also in the repairs and maintenance, which is the other one that I mentioned, that was 50 grand higher. And that's because that's their annual support costs. But they both say grant. So is that after grant funds have been allocated towards that, or?
Councilman,
So
we have in our budget 500,000 on the revenue side from Florida Digital, which I believe you guys approved approximately a month ago to cover those two costs and also the storage array.
Okay.
There should be
Yes.
that's
the
probably a
30,000.
10% match
Those are
from the,
funded through the grant.
Yes.
yes, that we got awarded.
And I just want to make mention that there's going to be in the budget, there's going to be a hardware, software, and a maintenance. So there's going to be, it's going to be broken out in a couple different areas.
But I think that's an important point, right? Because if you're talking about $500,000 in increase just in those two items for this particular department. So if that's being funded through a grant,
Yes.
that's an important point to kind of bring up.
Yeah.
If anybody questions why.
And also one more comment on grants, to circle back to the Axon tasers and cameras. We're also supposed to be getting awarded a grant from the state for that. So when we do get awarded that state grant, it will be brought back before council, probably in the first quarter of the next fiscal year, for those additional costs that are on the wish list.
My
There's-
personal opinion is that is important. I think it sounds like from what the chief is saying, we're in kind of bare bones when it comes to tasers, and if for $112,000, that also includes the camera system, which is pretty standard.
Yes, it is.
Everybody has them now. I think that's an important thing, and if it's going to be grant funded as well, then I think that's something that is important.
Just so everyone's on the same page. That also covers any training equipment. As well as if for whatever reason Axon decides to change their operating system at some point within those 5 years, they automatically transition us over without any cost. We just continue paying what we already agreed to paying, and we get that new operating system. So
Now, is there an additional, I know that one of the things that is tied to the body cameras is that it's not just having the cameras, is that you have to be able to curate, edit the videos. You can't show something without going through and being able to blur things out. Like, is that included in this cost of the cameras, or is there going to be an additional cost for like what you have to do on the back end to support all the video that you create with this body camera system?
Okay, so the system itself also includes within that price, the cloud-based system. that
Okay.
So whoever gets assigned, in this case, the chief decides to have a sergeant or lieutenant in charge of it, that person would have access to that, which is called evidence.com. Be able to get in there, edit videos, download them and hand them out for public request.
So it's part of it.
So it's part of it, right?
So I think that's an important point, right? Because I know that I think we've had conversations in the past about when I started here on the council, which was a few years ago. We talked about that's kind of an expense that related to the cameras is that you have to have the whole software and cloud capabilities and
All that. is
everything you have to do to curate it. So if that's all included in this 112,000, that includes the tasers and the camera, it sounds like again, it doesn't sound cost prohibitive, given how important it is.
Chief, I wanted just to mention, Julie, I know you're waiting and it was my oversight when we did the council budget, not to have you come up and speak. So if you'll just be patient when we finish with the police department, we'll circle back and, I don't want you guys to leave. Okay. Councilman, did you have something you wanted to ask?
No, that's all right.
Through
So
the
good.
chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Chief, do you know how much, I see here that you have 1.1 million in red light fines included in your budgeted revenues. What were your revenues this past year? Do you know that by any chance? Because I know that those red light cameras were placed in there for not only obviously it's a
I
better.
can tell you
asset,
that
but-
every year we have surpassed, so the exact amount off the top of my head, I don't have. I don't know if you do.
We're currently on track.
What do you?
We're right around 900,000 to this point, year to date through July 28th.
So the 1.1 is a projection here?
Yes,
Based on what we've gotten
in the past years, yes.
past years.
There's
Okay,
another
well-
important thing coming online that the state just approved, and that's speed enforcement cameras in the school zones. And that's going to be something that we will be discussing, but that is something else that's going to primarily protect the kids around the schools during the school times, but at the same time assist the police department.
And it helps slow down traffic. It's
Absolutely.
an incentive
Yes.
to slow down traffic.
I'll go into
Sure.
it more
Okay,
detail in
wonderful.
the future, but that's something that's going to be coming online.
And one last thing, I'm sorry, through the chair,
Go ahead.
under training and education, there's a tuition reimbursement for police officers in the amount of $40,000. What does that consist of? I'm just learning at this point.
Our officers are able to continue their education, 2-year degree, 4-year degree. And the department, the city reimburses them for their tuition.
This is a tuition reimbursement
Yes.
that we have citywide
Yes.
for employees.
Yes.
That's part of that.
Wait,
Yeah.
it's for employees or just for the
90%.
police department?
We have, for employees, we instituted a
It's a
few years
separate one.
ago. It's an assistance. It doesn't reimburse, but it provides a certain amount every semester if they pass the course and
Yeah, Sergeant
encourage
Sandoval
them
just
to-
reminded me that per the contract, it's 90% reimbursement.
Chief, on your wish list, you have 5 new officers. What is
Right.
that based on, the number 5?
Well, as you were part of the meetings we've been having for the last 3 years, the number one location for calls for service of the Miami Springs Police Department has been the hotels. In 2020, it was 49%. 2021, it was 40%. And so, correction, 2021 was 40%, 49%, 2022 was 40%. And so far, we're at 38% of our calls for service have been at the hotels. There are times, and I know that Councilman Vasquez, talking in the hallway, I mentioned to him, my whole shift is at one of the hotels because of the complexity of the calls. So that leaves certain areas of the city unpatrolled. And I need to be able to put officers on the street, not necessarily dealing with the hotels. We have increased the population of the department. When I first started, it was 43 officers. We're up at 47. Another very important aspect of that is supervision. There are some times when the senior officer doesn't have any rank, just what we call officer in charge is a supervisor. And we've had situations when dealing with neighboring jurisdictions where you may have a captain or a commander of another department talking to a police officer. So that's something that, you know, you have to be on the same page and authority wise, plus the fact that proper supervision is essential for our officers. I was told a long time ago, my number one job when I first made sergeant was to keep my guys and gals out of trouble. So you need to have proper supervision. So it's a combination of officers and supervisors.
So you're on your wish list, the 5 new officers would be to be able to promote current officers to
Correct.
other ranks.
As a matter of fact, next year, yes, one of our sergeants is retiring. So I'm in the process of working with Miami-Dade College, the School of Justice, on preparing a sergeant's test. Is we're going to have to promote a supervisor. We also have higher ranks that are going to
Sorry,
be.
to the chair, you said you have to promote a supervisor, so.
I have
how
to
does that
promote-
link in with our,
I'm just saying that they were going to have a vacancy for a supervisor. It's that
oh, because that supervisor is retiring.
correct.
Oh, I thought it was a regular police officer,
Right.
sorry, okay.
We will have a couple of retirements next year that will open up vacancies in higher ranks. So we have to promote.
Vacancies due to retirement?
Yes.
Any other questions
No
for the
more
chief?
questions? No.
All right. Thank you, chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Don't go too far. No, you got another fund.
Oh, that's right.
What's that?
Section 10.
Did you want to do LETF before?
Mayor, I have,
Yes.
before we leave, I was looking at the budget. You had mentioned 112,000, but the Axon Taser package, year 1 of 5 plus camera costs for grant, you have it here at 230 on the, and maybe you don't have it here, but on
The wish list.
The wish
on our
list.
fiscal year wish list items, I've got that because that's the one that I just been, a little while ago was saying that I thought it sounded really important. But I see it price tag here at 230 instead of 112.
Where did you see the 112?
He
Oh,
had
you
said the
mentioned it. Oh,
112.
he
Have it
said
on,
okay.
on mine as 112.
I'm looking,
On the wish list or on the,
I guess because it says plus
Look at
more
that
of
here.
camera costs.
Chief, let me see.
I got 230,000 here rather than 112.
Both the body cam and the tasers.
Yeah, but that's what he was saying was covered by the 112. I'm just
With the grant.
clarifying. Or is that's,
For both.
I don't know.
So the 112 is the payment through a 5-year process of repaying the payments back for the 60 months. But in addition to that, then he's got the cost of the actual hardware itself, which makes up that 230. So the 112 is just the initial payment, which is their breakdown over here. And then they have the additional.
Maintenance?
But this 230 though is the cost for the 1 year though, right?
Just the
on the wish
payment.
list?
So there are 2 items that are on the wish list, right? So if 112 is for the body cameras and the taser package. I get it if there's different payments. I'm just trying to get down to what because this is a wish list item. So what's it gonna take to do it? If it's not gonna be 112, it's gonna be 230. I just want to be precise about that because that's obviously double.
No, it's actually 112,000 for both camera and tasers. What we budgeted is more in case we need to pay years 1, 2, or 3 of the camera portion alone.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
What are the annual operational costs to those? Are
For what?
there operational cost of those cameras? Like,
It said that there was 53,000. It said was the annual, that was my
Camera alone?
question about the repairs and maintenance. $53,000 of your budget for repairs and maintenance was the annual cost for the Pro Phoenix, which is, or no, that's that's
software.
the software.
That's the
Okay, my bad. So your question still stands. You're asking what the
Right.
cost is for the body camera.
That's all included. You are
so the body cam.
for the storage of the information that we record from the cameras?
I think that's already, is that the 53,000?
No,
Something
no,
else.
no,
So I
that's-
guess
no,
my-
no,
my
no.
question is
That's the
for
Pro Phoenix.
So what's
For
the
the package.
operational cost for that? What are you talking about?
for the
I-
body-worn
I guess
camera?
The hosting of the camera.
So the body worn cameras and the tasers, $112,000.
Right.
And
That's
that
all included.
includes the support
storage.
services you said,
Right.
right, of maintaining it.
Right, but
So
aside from purchasing the cameras, what's the operational cost annually for
that's,
those items?
That's the
That's it.
support
That's it.
services.
112,000 a year
For the next 5
For the next
for the
5
next
years.
5
yeah,
years.
but wait, because staff is saying that this is not incorrect or that it's 230 when you include everything. I just want to be clear about it. In order to get this wish list item, is it going to be 112 or is it going to be 230?
We budgeted more in case we only got the
Can we get that through the chair? I'm sorry. Can we get those itemized?
Yeah, I'd like
And we
to,
can,
yes.
Tammy, did you?
yeah, the
wanna say
maintenance for
something?
tasers and the cameras is
I
included
was
in the
gonna just say
112.
that At the next meeting, we can come back with the 2 separate grants, the item, and itemized
Yeah,
for
okay.
each one, and then that
Okay.
way we get
Yeah,
this confusion
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Right.
each of the grants.
okay, thank you. Sorry to,
Thank
No
you.
No,
problem.
sorry.
Any more questions for the chief?
No,
All right.
Thank you, Chief.
thank you.
Go
Be
with
safe.
LETF. Thank you.
Neighbor.
LETF,
He's my back
section
neighbor.
10.
Oh, yes. We have the next section of the chief. The law enforcement trust fund.
Yeah, the proposed budget here in total is 174,000 approximation. And you'll see it's separate. It's a 650 fund, a law enforcement trust fund. Which you'll see there is $78,000. There's also the criminal justice fund for $20,000.
Okay.
And there's another fund included there for $75,000.
It says here, the fund is utilized to maintain community policing office in the satellite location. Is that the location on Westwood Drive?
Yes,
The
yes.
community?
It's used for that. It's used for some undercover vehicles that we have. And it's used for investigative funds.
so Chief, I look at the ones that just show an increase from the previous year. I'm looking at the budget, the community policing office budget. It's got a $2,200 increase from the previous year for buildings. And that's not, because I see rentals and leases above it. And then I see buildings. What is the building cost that shows that comes out to 25 grand? That's a $2,200 increase from the previous year.
That's the actual rental of the office. The rentals and leases are for undercover vehicles.
Gotcha.
Right.
So the salaries of the community police officers is covered in your other budget.
Our regular budget,
Budget,
yes, the
yeah.
police budget, not through a law enforcement trust.
And
funds,
how
no.
many do we have?
Community policing officers?
yes.
We have 2. But they also, based on the needs of the department, they help us out in patrol,
And 1 civilian.
correct?
To the chair, I may
Yes.
be missing something. I guess it's in the next section under public safety. It's under the item we're speaking about where it says rentals and leases 45,000.
Yes.
Does that have anything to do with the 25,000 here up front where it says buildings?
No,
No, so what is
building is building rental. We rent that space across the street. The
Right.
45,000 is strictly for undercover vehicles.
the rentals and leases are for undercover
Under,
vehicles?
we rent undercover vehicles, yes.
Okay, can we add, just for the sake of clarity, maybe in parentheses, vehicles? Because I would get a little bit confused because I know that there's leases going on. I just want to be more specific. So I won't rob you any more of your time. How many vehicles do we rent? at
3.
least?
Okay.
Thank you.
To the chair, in reference to the education of the officers,
I'm sorry.
the education of the officers, there are a certain couple of categories. What is the difference between that and what we already have on the budget for all the employees, for all the police officers?
Or
The difference in
the
yeah.
reimbursement?
Yeah, is that, because you have it also here for the officers for that department? The ones that are using the Westwood Drive satellite? I see
But I mean-
education and training, 20,000.
But there's a distinction between like training and professional development and reimbursement for going back to school and getting an A or a BA or something like that, right? Talking to the mic, Sandoval.
The one you're referring to is actually budgeted for training, that training
Specifically. to-
either outside of, the county or whatever the case may be, but a training course that requires payment on our end.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so the 40,000 is just there. If you use it, you use it. If you don't, you don't.
Correct. Right.
Use it often.
I try to send the officers training as much best as possible, but we also try to limit it to just Miami-Dade County, maybe Central Florida at the most. It's rare that we go out of state, but we have gone out of state for training, yes.
So you don't require like a minimum training per year.
Well, the
At least
state
one,
does
do they?
require every 4 years that we go through, what's the title? Minimum mandatory training every 4 years. So we can maintain our state certification. And then it's to an officer's benefit to continue training for his own development, his own professionalism.
Oh, I get it.
And the state
Don't
also,
stop.
I'm sorry?
I get it. I get it.
And state also gives them extra money for every state incentive training.
Okay.
Mayor and council, just to clarify, this law enforcement trust fund is a separate pot of money. This is not general
Part of
fund
the-
funded
Yeah,
at all.
sorry.
Just to make sure everybody's aware. Okay.
Yeah, it's all forfeiture monies.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank you, Sergeant.
questions?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sergeant
Chief.
Sandoval.
Chairs uncomfortable.
Okay, let's circle back to Julie Arias, who is here when we were doing the council budget. I should have asked you to come forward because some of the council budget items are for the city council is CMI Curtis Mansion Inc., River Cities, and the Centennial Committee. These are the items that are under our council budget. Thank you for being here, your patience.
Of course, thank you for having us. If it's okay, I'd like to start with the Curtis Mansion. I think that's the gem, so we have to begin there. So in regards to the Curtis Mansion, we always ask for the 35, as we always have from the very beginning, or I should say, they always have from the very beginning since it was first, built. And we'd like to continue to ask for that same amount. However, this past month, we have realized that we are missing two very important items at the mansion that I'd like to bring up. The first one is we don't have a sign. The Curtis Mansion doesn't actually have a sign from the street. Unless you know it's there, you don't know it's there. All it has, it's a little white square that says 500 deer. Doesn't even say run. It literally says 500 deer. So that's one of the things we like to bring up. Now, I did read an article recently, which, spiked my attention, where I'll get it. The Historical Preservation Board was also working towards getting a sign for Miami Springs. And I thought this was a great opportunity to see if maybe we can bundle something, along with that sign so that it matches together. Where the Preservation Board can, we can make a sign that matches the house, matches the city, it all come together. And that's definitely something that I think would be an asset to the mansion, to the city, especially now that we're getting closer to the centennial. The Curtis Mansion is going to be such an important part of that. Everyone should know it's there, not just because you're driving in, but because you're driving by and you're like, what is this space? What is this amazing house? And understanding what it symbolizes. We did some research in regards to different signage, and we did see that the signs are coming out to about, for a nice size for the mansion, you're looking anywhere from $2,300 to about $5,000. That's give or take what a sign, for the Curtis Mansion could take. So it's definitely something that I would love for you to take into consideration. If so, I will actually get a few quotes really well made out so that for that next meeting that you are all together, you can review certain quotes. But I do think talking to the Preservation Board and seeing if this is something that maybe we can bring all together would be beneficial. That's one. The second item is the mansion is now doing a lot more activities. It's been 3 years that we've been able to create certain activations in the space. And that has also created the need for space while we're acquiring props, we're acquiring items for specific events. We had a shed that my understanding was donated, I believe, by Public Works a few years ago. And then on top of that, now we've been able to acquire a container that we've been able to put to the side in order something to cut costs. However, given that it's the Curtis Mansion, it shouldn't have a container and a small shed. It really should have something that the mansion can be proud of, and something that will also allow us to continue growing. What do I mean by that? If we have that space, the Curtis Mansion can then start to acquire chairs, tables, linen, things that we could actually use for the events that take place there to also generate specific revenue. Now, I did do some research in regards to the shed. We were looking at about a 20 by 30. That comes out to about $35,000. So I do have that invoice as well. I can also get more quotes. But again, that is something that I think would be very beneficial, for the mansion. So those are the two items that I would like you to take into consideration. I'll be more than happy to.
Because that's not on our wish list. So can we, Tammy, can you work with Julie to just add them? We'll update the wish list under Curtis Mansion, just,
Absolutely.
yes. And I'm thinking with the sign, it's not one sign, it's several signs that we've asked the Historic Preservation Board to help design and work with Barks as to, that they would incorporate the Pueblo theme at the entrances to the city. So when someone is entering the city, you already get that, essence
feel.
of, the Pueblo theme, which is kind of fleeting more and more, but it's the history of our city and we want to encourage that. So perhaps it can be considered when we do get to that point with the signs that we would include one for a Curtis Mansion. Julie, is there something, and maybe I'm missing it, with your events and in past years we've had it and maybe I've just missed it, of the money you've generated, what the,
Sure.
do you have
So
that
yeah,
on
in
here? I
regard-
know in the past we've had like a list of it of where, your revenues have been and
Yeah,
and
that's what I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask about revenues and where they
expenses for
stand
this
and
past year.
fund
Yeah, so-
balances, that
so
kind
there
of thing.
should be, I don't know if you have the 990, or you can have this document. I don't know if you have it.
They don't.
Okay,
Should I?
Do you have copies or?
I just
do you
have
need-
one.
I'll make a
yeah.
copy.
okay. And that includes like your costs for staffing for the.
So the one that she's printing right now, so we have the 990, which is the one that has, it's the, the one that we submit to, to IRS. That one is basically just a quick rundown that we've done throughout the years, which basically talks about income, expenses, totals, grants. Like it basically just, it's a very super, what is it called? Very
Kind of summary.
a quick summary. Thank you. That's exactly what it is. It's a summary of everything. Yes. So, sure.
Okay, let's wait for Erica. The container that you have
What's this?
outside, the container is just a,
Good.
a
It's
metal-
yeah, it was a
Big
donation
metal.
from, it's a metal container. Someone donated to us so that we can go ahead and start storing. you
And
know,
what are
the-
you, like?
So we have props, remember, we were doing the haunted house, so we have a lot of props from the haunted
Okay.
house. Just our regular maintenance items, things like that, that are just.
So it's
now-
not historical.
No, nothing
Because I'm
historical.
thinking not climate
God, no.
controlled. It's the,
No, just items that we can use for our events and so on and so forth.
I know it's an exciting, what is it? The
The
Halloween
Havana
event that's
haunted,
coming up, right?
yep. It's not a haunted house, something completely different.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rental revenue is from venues, events that you're having there.
Correct. So
the-
rental revenue
they're-
is weddings, baby showers, anything where the actual venue is rented for the purpose of an event. All other income can include activations that we ourselves do. It includes donations, it includes grants, things of that nature.
So
Through the
say
chair.
like the Havana Nights, that would go
That would go
under,
under all other
Other.
income. Correct.
Have you gotten any grants this last year, Julie?
No, we have not. Not this year. We've gotten the city assistance, but not any other grants. Not at the
Okay.
moment.
I know you're good at what you do. But I have a concern with the Curtis Mansion because we do know the potential
Mhm.
of revenue that it can circulate. And I'm just having a little bit of a hard time understanding why it doesn't maybe make enough money to take care of some of these contributions that obviously Miami Springs wants to support and stuff. Why it doesn't reach certain benchmarks? It's always, I mean, it keeps going down.
So I guess my question, when you say keeps going, you mean from 2021 to 22?
Right. It's the only one that I see.
It's, are you
This-
reading it in the wrong direction?
Yeah, from 21 to 22 is the one that I see that dropped, obviously.
Um,
Was there a reason?
Yes, absolutely. So in 21, what I've encountered now is that this is the now normal. So we had a phenomenon that happened from 2020. So 2020, all events were canceled. Then the following year, we had all of the influx of all of the events that we had to move. Plus everyone that now was excited that they could come together, host these events. And then we had this huge, I guess you could say, spike in that. Now that's all kind of settled and everyone's kind of back to calming. And so in reality, this is, I guess you could say, the normal flow of the things that are, of the events that are coming in regards to rentals, weddings, etc. That number has, I guess you could say it's normalized.
To the chair.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering, because this venue has to make enough to be able to a certain degree not have to come back and ask for contributions.
I'm with you 1,000%. I agree.
And I know you know what you're doing.
Mhm.
So I'm just trying to understand what's the benefit at this point with the trajectory that I'm seeing. I understand of COVID and everything going on there. I know that we don't have an active agreement with CMI. It's been for quite some time now. And I think I brought this up in the last budget meeting, not to you, but to administration. What is the benefit here at this point to have CMI running the Curtis Mansion?
Well, CMI started the Curtis Mansion when there was no Curtis Mansion.
I know that part.
And that in itself is a huge testament to why CMI should continue to run Curtis Mansion. The people that have been behind Curtis Mansion, and I'm talking about me, I've only been here for 3 years, but the people that have been behind Curtis Mansion Incorporated, all of the people that, sorry, and this is hard because I've been fortunate enough that I've been able to work with many of them and to ask that specific question, which is a great question, is for lack of better words, a little
It's uncomfortable.
It's insulting
Oh,
because
okay.
these people have fought for this place like nobody else has. They went to Tallahassee, they presented, they've grown it, they've fought for it, they've contributed to it, they've gone out and they have planted those trees that are there, the plants one by one,
I get it.
and they've brought it to where it is today. So that is why CMI Incorporated, again, not me, I've only been there for 3 years, but the history of what CMI Inc. represents, that is the reason why they're the reason to be there.
I get it. I know the founders of the whole build out there, including Joellen, super near and dear to my heart. But I also knew she had a vision, and the vision was for for Curtis Mansion to be able to be sustainable, to succeed, and to be solid, and to be taken care of and maintained, which I know from the agreements, and we already have expired agreements where I know last year through the budget, it's really difficult for me to talk about this too, because I know a lot of people here on a personal level, but I do also know that I have to be responsible. So I know last year, through the budget, Mr. Wheeler came and asked for a significant amount of money for termites and some concerns that you already brought up, which I don't know if it's even been taken care of at this point. So we cherish and we're so hunky about the whole building, but we need to take care of it because it's going to end up broken down, not by fire, but by termite or mismanagement. So I need to understand, like, there has to be enough revenue coming in to take care of the building, because based on the agreements, it wasn't supposed to be the city of Miami Springs responsibility at all. That's just what I was read and what I was given.
Sure. And so here's my take on that. Currently, to go to your question, currently the Curtis Mansion is in a strong place, right? The balances are good and so on and so forth. But
So that's what I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yes.
that was the thing I was gonna like to see. The fund balances, I think, would contextualize things when
Sure.
we have a conversation like this.
No, absolutely. And I think the 990 has to be presented and so on and so forth. And, all of that, you'll see that currently the Curtis Mansion is actually in a very strong place financially. But even then, I don't see why the city would oppose to helping it with what it does.
No.
Even if it maintains it, I still don't, I don't see why it should. Now, we do have major projects coming in, right? Right now we're trying to get this irrigation, the irrigation done at the Curtis Mansion, which currently isn't there. That project alone, just to get the design alone was $10,000. And then on top of that, now we have to plan all of the irrigation. Right now, the quotes that we've been getting are at about 100,000. And that's not even really talking about all of the landscaping to really make it the Curtis Mansion and Gardens, right? So there's all of these huge projects that are still there. In regards to your question, yes, the termites have been taken care of. We're continuing to do all these things, right? But the Curtis Mansion is an ongoing project, and anybody that has a home understands how it is that you always have to maintain.
Through the chair, I agree with you 100%, and I would actually fund every item on your wish list 100%. Should the city of Miami Springs be making 100% revenues, but we don't make money off of that venue. We don't.
Well, the revenue that the city is making is the maintenance of that space. $35,000 a year. I mean, the house maintains itself. The house maintains everything that.
Yeah,
that it-
I don't get revenues to pay and contribute to my city's operational cost. And I'm all about the mansion, but if you see the book that we have in front of us, and we got this a week ago, it's a little bit scary to me, because we're going to go through a huge slump in the market. And I'm not trying to nitpick or anything, but I'm just trying to be financially responsible on capitalizing on our city's properties, because that's what's really going to run the city. So the Curtis Mansion, the Miami Springs Country Club, those are two forces that are huge that could literally pay, if not more than half of the city's operational costs when it comes to employee compensation. So I'm just I want to support you, and I'm not against the whole 35,000 and the funding of those requests, but I'm just I'm still trying to justify it. I respect the loyalty, and I respect the time that was put into this facility to bring it up. And I know you could do wonders with it, because I know that you don't work for the city, you work for CMI. So I like to bring Julie to us. anyways, throwing that, I'm being a little bit out there, but those are my concerns here, where we're having a lot of shortages on our big ticket items that actually have to do with operational costs. And I just don't know, I'm struggling on balancing.
Councilwoman, I would
It's okay,
just-
I'm done. I'm
Well,
done.
no, I would just like to say, and I understand, and I agree totally with the cost that we've got, like I said at the beginning, this year is going to be extremely, what did our insurance go up? 144, our property
More.
insurance?
300.
It's
And
just shy of
I
four
mean, these
hundred
are
and fifty
costs that are
thousand.
just like, and,
400,000.
and, I understand everyone else in your own personal household, the costs have gone up. Our labor costs, all of our projects, in the middle of the projects, the costs keep going up. So, it's going to be a really difficult year for us. That said, I'm not going to project the whole city problems on
No,
CMI
I'm not.
because, Curtis Mansion is a jewel. We're lucky enough. We're one of the few. If I think in Miami-Dade County, let's see, Coral Gables has Merrick House. Palmetto Bay has, I forget what it's called,
Hearing-
Thelma or something. What is
Oh.
it called?
Palada
Or-
States.
Oh, yeah.
They-
Palada.
But they're
yeah,
city,
Palada
they're
and
city
Deering
ran.
Estates too.
but there's just a few in Miami-Dade County and in South Florida. There's very few historical, what we can call history, and going back 100 years is a significant amount of history in Miami-Dade County. Obviously, it wouldn't be in other parts of the nation and certainly in Europe and stuff. So, this is something that we have that we've worked very, very hard to get it from a burned. I mean, it was cinders on the ground.
Twice.
For a very short period, I was on the CMI board before I ran for council. And I can tell you from my experience of those months that I was there, I have never met a harder working, more passionate group of volunteers on that board who devote professional services, administrative services, and all this to keep it running for our city so that our city has this jewel. So, and the other thing is, if you think about it, I mean, the amount that they're asking every year isn't really going up. I think when I first started on the council was 30,000. Now it's 35. Given all the cost, yes, there's got to be ways to increase your revenue so that eventually, ideally you would never be asking the city for money and you'd actually be making a surplus. And I hope so. But when you think about cultural and venues and things like this across Miami-Dade County, they're almost always subsidized by cities. It's very difficult for them to do it on their own. So I think we have to keep that in mind. And I guess Julie would like to see more of the details to see, what are your thoughts going forward and what can the city do other than, subsidizing to assist you in generating more revenues for.
Yeah, I would add to answer the question of what the benefit of the city. I mean, I think Julie brought it up. The Curtis Mansion belongs to the city and they run it and maintain it. So, I mean, that is a benefit. Again, I think everybody understands because we have other organizations that come to us that we support that don't make any money and that are in the red rather than in the black. So I think that I'm sure that Julie and the folks at CMI understand that we need to look at everything. That's why having a clearer picture about fund balances and what the current state of what's happening at the mansion is important because it's reasonable to say, hey, so we're going to be talking about the River Cities Festival. There was a time when you said, hey, look, can we double it? This is what we're trying to do. It's kind of seed money to get us up and running. And then, so we doubled it. And my understanding, Chris, you had said that 14,000 was, and I know I'm jumping, you said that it's the same from last year. When we get to that, I think we had found a happy medium between the 28 and the 14 for last year. Same person, Julie. I mean, I think that we can have a conversation about how we can meet our needs and kind of reduce, but it involves having a clear picture of the context when we go to have these kind of questions. That's why, I had mentioned to staff, when we have this budget process, does anybody reach out to these organizations, or do they just show up, and how prepared are we so that we can have these conversations? So we don't have conversations where we're like, well, what's about, like we're trying to evaluate the benefit of something, but we don't have the numbers. And I'd rather have the numbers so that when we have it, it's a constructive conversation rather than, than questioning value, and we don't really know because we don't have the numbers in front of us. So I would encourage us to, so like the Historical Society, I'm assuming somebody's going to come. It would be good to have kind of information, like a clearer picture of all of these organizations that we support, so that we could see where the, where's that fine line where we're supporting, but we don't feel like we're giving too much because we see what the big picture is.
To the chair, I think that one of the things that we kind of difficult to measure, but obviously the Curtis Mansion, our history, all these things are playing a part that we're all benefit from it. Market value, things that appeal to this community. It's not just location, it's because of what it brings to the table. So obviously the Curtis Mansion in its way, it's going to be hard to pinpoint what percentage they play in our market value assessments and revenue that comes to the city, but they're part of it. So anytime the city supports it, you're investing in the city's return on their investment. So we own the property.
Through the chair.
So I think at the end of the day, it's important.
I wasn't contemplating that. What I was contemplating was that it could be a potential other source of significant revenue for the city. That's all I said. I didn't say it wasn't important. I grew up here. Of course, it's important. What I'm saying is that if the city does have an opportunity to maximize revenues, which we have a hard time doing, and that's a very desirable location, and it's always busy. They're doing a great job. We can benefit. I mean, maybe it's time, based on these numbers and inflation, we keep climbing up, and these demands with these unions keep increasing. We need to start finding ways to, I've been talking about this for a long time, even behind the scenes, and I'm not going to be hypocritical about it. But, and this is not, getting rid of Julie or anything. Julie would work for the city of Miami Springs if she would like to do that, or whatever she wants to do. But I think that it would be very responsible for us to use city property for revenue as well. We take care of the property, of course. But like I said before, you weren't here last budget meeting, and I had 3 or maybe 4, but for sure I had 3 lease agreements with CMI, and the last one is already expired 4 years ago. So we need to get our ducks in a row, and I'm going to support Julie and her mission. That's not my argument. I'm projecting for the future. And we have that comprehension plan. We can't do a lot of those things without, we have tremendous assets here, especially with the country club, the Miami Springs Golf and Country Club, which is something I'm trying to take on now, but we need them. If our assets, our major assets cannot give us revenue, then I don't know what's going to happen here.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Having listened to everything that's been said, I think that first of all, I've been to the mansion on a number of occasions for activities and so forth. And it's got a tremendous potential. That's my view of it. All that's been done, all the sweat equity, all of the, heart and soul has been put into it. It's got great potential. It is a wonderful place. And so maybe what I'd like to hear is not right now, but as we move through these discussions, is a little more thought about projections of the CMI. What other things could be done? I see the line items about, what the revenue has been, and, we've had a couple of, ups and downs over the past few years, but I think so that's one thing on my mind, is to hear your thoughts and the board's thoughts about potential. And secondly, in which I don't know, we're going to talk about it at some point, but it seems to me that the mansion is going to be one of the crown jewels of our centennial celebration. And projecting and promoting it. So those are my thoughts. I'm with the general sentiment that we are in a very tough situation, even when I had my individual conversations with the city manager and finance director. We're in a tough situation right now financially. It's not going to be easy for us. But it's our responsibility. So on that, I am totally, we are responsible for all of this. The country club, that's another one that's got to be, evaluated, and it's a revenue generating operation, or at least it should be more than it may be doing now. So just those are my thoughts. I mean, I have no questions about the importance of it. This is the history of Miami Springs, right? This is the home of the guy who founded Miami Springs. And it's so important to us that we're having a planning centennial celebration. By the way, I thank you for chairing that centennial committee. So, but on the, taking that hat off for a moment, and just as the director of CMI, I'd like to hear a little more thought about you guys projecting, just like all of us, in any enterprise, right? It's like, show us what your revenue has been, but show us what you think the potential is over the next couple of years.
Can I make a point? So to me, I'm seeing two different things here, right? Like a conversation about, do we get into the business of managing that property, right? And I'm looking at Omar. Like, I think like there was a time when we used to manage the tennis center, right? And it was a lot more expensive than what it costs now, because we outsourced that to Manny Fabian, and his team manages that. So like, we can have a conversation about like, we want to start making revenue off the mansion. So, but then that means, and so now we're going to have to manage it. And that's a conversation to have. I'm looking at this differently. There's an amount that is traditionally contributed, whether or not that is enough, too much, even if it's just within the context of, for this particular budget year. I think that we need the bigger picture of fund balances to see, like, I'm not thinking about like, do we need to, and maybe that's a different conversation. I'm not thinking about whether or not we need to be the ones making revenue off of the mansion. I'm thinking in terms of like, we typically make a certain contribution. Do we think like it's too much for this year? Maybe, I think that if we see the bigger picture, then like, hey, because there's what we normally give and contribute. And then there's always, and that they're not the only organization that comes here that we contribute. And then like, oh, we got a wish list on top of that. Right. So like, I want to contextualize what their financial situation is, so that we could talk about what we feel most comfortable contributing. And then that also, provides a baseline for, okay. And then if there's a wish list on top of that, I just want to see all the numbers. I'm trying to avoid like value judgments until I see numbers, because we have to make a decision. Do we, hey, look, we can't really do the wish list stuff, but this is what we're contributing, or we're going to lower our contribution. Like, it's just a broader conversation. But I think the conversation about whether or not I don't know that we want to take over management of that property right now. So, but that's a conversation that can be had. I just feel like it's two different things we're talking about here. Whether or not we're making the revenue versus how do we feel about the contribution we're making, given that they have wish list items, and given what their financial situation is, which I'd like to have a little bit more information about.
Anything else?
To the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, and hopefully this closes out, but having somebody manage both the Curtis Mansion and the Country Club, you're talking about, okay, a salary with benefits, but I can tell you right now, on average, Julie, how many events do you think you have a month at the Curtis Mansion? They're all weddings for the most part, because that's what the venue caters to.
Correct. So during season, right? Because right now we don't have anything.
So 10 months out of the year, because
8 months out of the year. I would say
why 8?
because October, that's our fundraising month. So we don't do October, and it's rainy. November, you have about 2 good weeks before Thanksgiving. Then December picks up, and then January, February, March are really strong. Then you have April, and then May slows down again. So it's slows down again. Usually the summer is, because of rain, because of heat, people don't really want to have outdoor weddings. So right now we're definitely in low season. Let's just say that. But during high season, to answer your question, during high season, I would say an average of 4 to 5 weddings a month, give or take. Yeah, let's say, okay, yeah, 4 to 5. If you have 4 weekends, and 2 days out of the weekend, that's about, it's about 5 to 6.
And the rental amount is I know it's
Ranges.
online, I think.
Yeah, ranges. The highest comes out to 5,750. The lowest comes out to 2,300. So
We'll
it's,
see that on the.
yeah, you'll see
summary
exactly
there.
how
You
much
have
was
the-
made and so on and so forth. Yeah.
I think, well,
But-
Okay.
let me,
If
let
you
you
do
go
the
ahead and
math,
finish.
it's worth having some, but that's for another day. I'm supporting the Curtis Mansion, what you're requesting. But what I'm saying is that's just taking out on the low end, it's $400,000 a year.
I think when you look at the numbers, the numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
You'll see what it is. But the truth of the matter is one thing is it'd be great if if we were doing 400,000 a year. But you'll see that when it comes to the maintenance of that facility, right? You're thinking, because it's not just your month to month. It's all of the bigger items that come in, that come in and won't ever stop coming in. Because it's the maintenance of a historical facility,
And
of
that's
an
what I was
enormous
gonna say.
historical facility.
It's not a facility, a rental venue. It's a historical mansion that's 100 years old that CMI is basically not just maintaining the historical significance of it, vetting things so that they're consistent with what it is, but doing the maintenance, being aware of the maintenance, and then at the same time generating revenue. So it's a really big task, and it's not something that I at least envision hiring an employee, a city employee, to do that. These are very and Julie, God bless you, you and the CMI board, work together to get the most. But I can tell you, I don't see it in our picture. Of course, it's something for another discussion of us having, taking over a venue where you have to rent it out, and then you have to hire the wait staff and and the tables and all this. That's I think that the country club tried that. The city did that in the country club for years. And we got into a really big hole, which Paul had to, of just managing that. That's a whole different, but I think what we're asking for, if I can get an idea, is a little more detail as to where the Curtis Mansion, what the finances are, what the specifics are, and then also, again, how we can work with you, particularly with the Centennial coming to, if the off months are, the late spring, summer, and early fall, what can we do as a city to promote using that facility so that it generates more revenues that would be helpful for you to do what you need to do, and also hopefully allow us to taper off in our expenses, in our subsidy of it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
With a clear mindset, because this is the October is the Halloween thing, which is for a fundraiser. Is that benefiting you more than booking weddings or other types of events?
So it's actually a great,
'Cause October is high season.
yeah, no, but actually October has been, being able to have these events has actually been a really nice buffer for the mansion. Because that the grand majority of that money goes specifically to the mansion. There's other things with rentals, commissions, payouts, employees, certain things that, are not covered, or that I should say have to go out during a rental that don't happen during that specific event, that a grand majority of it just goes to the mansion. So it is a great fundraiser for it.
Any other questions for Julie on the mansion?
Nope.
Okay, now we'll move
Okay.
to
Thank you, Julie.
You're welcome, of course.
you still have
Yes, I have 2 more.
two other items, the Centennial Committee and River Cities.
So let's do River Cities next, and then I'll get them up. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. So I just wanted to actually clarify, and Walter brought up to it. I know that on the report, it said that last year it was 14,000. It was actually 20,000.
All right.
So it was 20,000 for last year, just so that you have that. on your report.
I believe last year what we did is we paid for the police and public works instead
Correct.
of giving a sum. We just said we would cover the police and
And
the
right, so it
public
was a,
works
but it was a
cleanup.
capped amount. So
So
let me
at a
just
capped
kind of go
amount of
right.
20,000.
2
So
years
the
ago,
first year- right.
that's what we did. Rather than give them 28, which was double the 14, we covered the public works and police.
I think that was last
And
year.
the,
So if you like, I can.
Sure.
So, okay, so 2021, we had approved 14,000. We ended up not doing the festival. 2022, I asked if the 21 and the 22 could be bundled together to
Mhm.
cover those expenses that for police and public works. Moving forward, we found 20,000 intended for the sole use of public works and police officers.
Right.
So, which is what happened. So $20,000 that was granted to the festival was paid back for police officers and for public works. And the way that we've done that is that once I get the bill or the city gets the bill, because sometimes like in this case, like it'll go directly, then at that point, that money's allocated. It'll come to me, I'll pay it back or vice versa, or I'll pay it out and then it'll be refunded. But the
Right.
20,000 is for police and for public works, but it was 20,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you okay with 14,000 going forward? That would mean
That
that
was the-
you did it, right? Like you told us you were going to get, that you needed some money to get up
Yeah,
and running,
so-
and we weaned you back to 14.
Yeah, so we did talk about that. We did talk about that. And what I do recall was Councilwoman Bravo did ask me if I was going to continue to ask for the 20. I said I would. And then you reminded me and said we may go back to the 14. And then of course we go back and forth. So I am requesting the 20,000 again this year. I am requesting it. Last year we were able to come up with 23,000 at the end. So we were able to make a profit even without of $3,000 is essentially what the festival did, which was great. My understanding is that it's one of the first times in its history that it's made any profit. So yay for us.
You made a little bit 2 years ago, right?
We had the
You're-
8,000.
you're
So
right.
we did 8,000, but when we looked at it, it was 8,000 positive, but the city had given me
Sure.
the money.
Sure.
So, that was that. This year we made 23,000, of which 20,000 was granted by the city. So 3,000 would be the potential profit in that. So with that said, I would like to request the 20,000 again.
Really, that profit, where does that go?
Stays in the bank account and it goes through the following year.
And
the
so
same-
here too, I believe that like having numbers and having fund balances and it just helps us make a better decision, right? Because I don't want it to just be, you're the first of many people that are going to be requesting support. If we have numbers, then it makes it easy to say, hey, look, this is what we've done. This is what we can do. So those numbers to me are really important.
Absolutely.
And I
Um,
think we've had them in the past. It's
Yeah.
just a sheet, so I don't see it in the
Yeah,
budget
I-
this time, but if we could get that.
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So yeah, so it's the settlement of everything that came in and went out. So we'll.
And so that's why I brought this up in my meeting with staff, right? That we get this binder with tons of great information about all the things that are the city, right? But we know that there are organizations that we support that are going to come, and we basically just, well, this is what we've given in the past. So it's already budgeted. So it's already in here budgeted, but nobody reaches out to the organizations as part of this process to say, hey, we got you budgeted for this, but they're going to want to see your numbers. What day are you coming? Are you coming on this budget conference day or this one? Be prepared. I feel like a little more communication would help so that we don't have these kinds of conversations. Because then basically I need her to come back, right? Because we need to see these numbers. So I just think in the future, staff should reach out to these people these organizations that we support so that we have numbers so that we can have these conversations a lot more effectively.
I,
You want to say something, Tammy?
let's make sure we have those data sheets, but I mean, I know we've had these conversations because I know I've gone through in past budget meetings,
Mm.
line item and how much was. So,
You have this, Mayor? I can pass it down.
yes. Thank you.
Alright.
But it helps us, decide what, and understand what your expenses, there's probably a lot of things that, like with all of our departments, that we're wondering, why are we spending this? And why, it's looking through them and asking questions gives us a better idea. Ultimately, you know, ideally, and I know you're aiming toward that, it would be great if we can increase the revenues from what you've told us. There's got to be something that we can do.
And
you
I
know,
think
those
it's
off months to
at
to
the
sustain you. It shouldn't just, you know, be weddings. I mean, it's not a wedding. I mean, it is a wedding
Right.
venue, but it's not a wedding venue. It's a historical house and
But
we gotta
Mayor-
figure out how to use that better.
Yeah, just as it relates to the River Cities Festival, we had given a certain amount previously before Julie took over. Then we had a year where she asked for 28, they made 8. So then the next year they asked for 20, they made 3. Like we can, maybe we need to contribute a little more. Like if we've got the numbers, we could say, hey, this is what they're making. It's a razor thin margin. They're, you know, and that relates back to the CMI stuff. If we have all the numbers, then it helps us kind of calibrate where we could put our support so that it helps. Like we need help. Like we got to make this work, right? We want to help, but we need help making this work. So if we got the numbers, it could be, you know, we'll find the right, the happy medium of what we could support based on what the numbers are.
Absolutely. In addition to that, I did want to bring up one thing that did come up this year for the festival, which is a curveball for me, and I'll cross it. But I do think it's important that it's brought up because it can, it's something that was brought up because of the River Cities Festival, but it is something that can very well, I don't want to call it an issue, but needs to be addressed if there are other events on that circle. And it comes to the new build of the circle itself. Before, I believe there were, I don't remember, but there was multiple entrances that were flush to the road. Right now, we only have 2 entrances that are flush to the road. One of them is right crossing from Curtis Parkway from the Bell to the circle. And then the other one is diagonal from Race Taekwondo, that area into the circle. Other than that, it's completely blocked off. During the festival, the area that is from the Bell to the circle is now blocked off because that's where the electrical is. And so that's where the stage goes, the main stage. This year, we had someone write an email who she had her mother on a wheelchair, and now that circle was no longer ADA accessible. So that is something that has to be taken care of this year. I have to get creative and see how I make that space ADA accessible, given that now we don't have multiple entrances. Technically, we have one flush area because the stage does cover that second one. But moving forward, if we are going to have events on that, whether it's festival, circle, anything at all, that is definitely something that needs to be addressed or taken into consideration. And I'll let you know how I fix that this year. And
You're
what-
saying that the stage itself and the equipment to provide the stage covers what is the ADA
Correct.
accessible.
Exactly, because when you're
existing-
going up, there is that ramp right there, right,
right.
which is what becomes ADA, but then you have the enormous stage. So they're going to walk into the stage, basically. There is no way around it because the rest is grass. So although, yes, you can push a wheelchair on grass, it is not ADA accessible, and it is something that is difficult for them to have to.
But Mayor, that seems like something that would be our responsibility to try to, I mean, that seems like just
Well,
reworking
the
the
ramp is
sidewalk a little
there.
bit. The
It's
ramp is there.
It's
You know,
the,
maybe she could.
It's the curb cutouts that she's referring to that restrict additional entrances into the walkways. I'll have Public Works.
Yeah,
look at it.
maybe she can work with Public Works and see if there's, because if they can go up the ramp and it's just the sidewalks, you're saying if they go
Correct.
up the ramp, then there's grass.
Exactly.
Maybe what we need to do is just widen the sidewalk to make it ADA, because that's where we always put the stage.
Right.
Maybe that should be the city's responsibility
Or
too.
even if it's on the opposite side, through that.
Same thing will happen on
same
the opposite
concept,
side.
Right. We just have to make sure that that's addressed for them.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I think that's a good point to bring up because I think a lot of people forget that that's our city park. And that's where hopefully we'll get a sign there, let everybody know that it's Glenn Hammond Curtis Memorial Circle Park. And then we own the property. We give too much credit to the Department of, County Roads. And that's a good point of bringing that up because that's our park. We're responsible for it. People are more and more starting to congregate to that area. And we need to start considering it more as a city park. And not so worried about the road. Yeah, the road is important, but we need to start bossing them around a little bit.
Through the chair, Do you think, Julie, maybe it's not the question for you, but when this is all said in stone and we have those vacancies, those units that are all going to be occupied very soon, when everybody moves in, will that affect our River Cities Festival in any way? I mean, we're gonna have businesses there with restaurants. Do you have a plan B just in case to not stop because all those businesses are gonna probably be blocked. So
So yeah, no, definitely. I think it's a matter of, you know, the tradition and talking to all the businesses like in the past and, you know, seeing how we can incorporate them or they benefit from having
A festival going on
Yeah,
right
like,
outside their door.
people, you know, because I mean, I would dare say, I didn't count, but I would dare say that this past year, the Saturday night was by far the fullest I've ever seen that festival in all the years I've been a part of this community. So that is a benefit, you know, and not everybody wants to stay outside. Some people want to go inside and eat in the AC or, you know, enjoy some, you know, some airtime. So you know, it's a matter of taking that
Yeah, those-
opportunity and, you know, benefiting from it. So.
Anything else? Okay, Julie and
At number 3,
now
They've been so patient.
Centennial, poor Julie.
Gotta bring all your different hats and actually physically take them on.
And I want to say for the residents who are watching, Julie's not a city employee. Okay, she's not our employee. She is a volunteer and she handles all this. So you know, and is very capable. She is an employee of CMI, but
not River
Centennial
Cities
Committee and River Cities and, you know, all these things. So thank you.
It's a privilege, and these two gentlemen, they've been, let me just say, obviously not the entire committee's here with me. But I just, hands down to all of them, right? All of them. Kathy Doyle wanted to be here. She did send out a letter. She wanted to, you know, first she wanted to apologize for not being present. She did have hip surgery, so she's unable to be here.
She might actually be online.
No, she may actually be online. Yeah, I think she said she would be. So, you know, so I did want to go ahead and make that comment and just say that the whole team as a whole, Jaime, everybody that's been on this committee has really contributed with amazing ideas, passionate about I want to say not that they have divisions, but it almost feels like it because they're so passionate about specific projects that have come up that it's almost like they've really taken a hold. And these two gentlemen here, they've really done a lot of homework on the areas that they've taken a hold of and been accountable. So I think they're the most equipped to really discuss those two areas. But before we do that, let's just, do you have this packet? Oh, okay, good.
There we go.
So if we go to page 2, I want to go ahead and I want to specify that the numbers that are here, a lot of them come from either A, specific estimates or quotes that we've received, or B, generalizations and estimations for the purposes of being able to proceed and move forward with some of the planning within the projects that we've created. The goal of the Centennial Committee or the idea is that we want to create 12 events or projects that would surface throughout the entire year of the centennial year to celebrate it. And all of these different line items go to support that specific goal with the different activations that we've come up with so far and recommendations that we have for you. Come on up. So the first thing that we'd like to talk about is the Centennial Playground installation.
Hello, my name is Alex Aguiar. I live in 501 South Royal Point, Sienna Boulevard. So I'm working right now and trying to put a park together that's going to actually be an aircraft. So the aircraft will have a slide in the back with monkey bars. I found this project up north in Minnesota. They did this for a small community. They ended up doing like a fundraiser, and they raised money throughout the community and building this plane was completely, custom made. So this is some of the ideas we're trying to put together in this playground to put together for the centennial. We're trying to see, we could design it maybe like American Airlines will be maybe I might be a sponsor or something like that can help out with us with the centennial. We also wanted to add Let's see what it's here. It's like a helicopter ride where the kids can hang out inside and they have like these little swings. So I mean, we can customize it for with the company that I spoke to, we can customize it however we want. They'll build it completely from scratch. They'll pull out the permits as needed and build the whole thing for us how we want it. So, but we want to implement something that is going to be part of Curtis, you know, for the centennial. We're looking at a plane. We might be looking at probably at the bicycle of Curtis that he had. So there's like different types of ideas that we can put together for this playground. I think this will be tremendously awesome that we can do for the inauguration. And we've already have, I know you guys are going to talk about budgets. The budget, it can fluctuate. Starting right now, for what they told me, we'll probably be looking at about 125,000, depending how big we go. The bigger it goes, of course, the higher it's gonna go. So it just all
Saying 125 just for the playground, or this is for
this is for the this will be the playground and the installation. This will be the build, the permits, and the installation of it. Now this is
Mayor, you might want to look on page 3 where it details the playground installation, and it says a budget of anywhere from $100,000 to $125,000 estimated.
correct.
Okay,
So
this
the front page 2 is just the initial cost that they're asking for, the budget that they're
Correct.
asking for
To
this
get
coming
this
fiscal
started.
year.
Correct.
Okay.
To get started for the centennial projects.
Yes, correct.
Mayor, can I jump
Yes,
in?
sir. Yes.
I'm not crazy about the playground idea. I like I'm looking at the things that you have for this budget year. I love the idea of the centennial tree plantings, the pins, the advertising, the statute installation. I think it allows us to kind of keep touch with our history. I like the idea of a Taste of Springs. This is just my personal opinion, right? I think that it sounds like a good idea to have a playground, but I feel like installing a playground somewhere and there's got to be more cost involved in preparing a site to have and then maintaining a site. And then is it going to be out in the open? Then does that mean you got to put a cover over this, some kind of like awnings or shades? Like I don't, when I think celebration for 100 years of a city, like building a permanent playground, I think that this is an expense. I feel like we can, I feel like you guys have a lot of great ideas. And I think you could do a lot more of great things for the cost that this is going to require. I'm not anti-playground. I just feel like this is a lot of expense. It's kind of can take away from experience and other things that you guys are going to come up with. I like everything and I appreciate what you guys are doing. I had a little bit of a conversation with a member on the board also, and I said the same kind of thing. Me personally, I'm not crazy about the playground idea because I don't think it's going to be so directly related to Curtis. I mean, I guess we could try, but I just feel like this, I don't know, to me, it just doesn't seem to kind of fit given what this is going to cost to actually pull off and then maintain going forward, because it's permanent. Like if it were something, this or something like, hey, it's a celebration, things are doing. That was the only thing in here. And it also happens to be the most expensive one, the most expensive item. I'm not a big fan.
Well, I just want to say that we don't have any type of playground that shows anything of aviation or shows the history of Curtis of aviation or anything that he's ever built.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I feel like,
I mean, we don't have to go crazy on the playground because we do already have playgrounds.
I agree that we should have things that talk about our aviation history and Glenn.
Correct.
Again, I am a Glenn Curtis nerd. I went to Hammondsport. I don't think that a playground is the best way to do that, to connect to the aviation history. Like, I feel like I love the idea of a statue. I'm I'm all on board. I am pro you guys, pro Glenn Curtis. Me personally, the playground to me just doesn't.
Let me just throw something out there, and I'm listening to you, and I love these pictures of, you know, the plane and all this, and perhaps, and you rethink it with it, you know, the comments that you get from us, but maybe it's not so much the playground, but still this general concept for photos, to take photos, you know, of here I am in the plane, or here I am in the helicopter, or the you know, Curtis's bicycle, more of an Instagram kind of. So it's not so much a playground. I don't know what you would call it, a Instagram
Photo prop.
A photo
Yeah,
opportunity, like a
props
backdrop
right
of some
throughout,
kind
you
of photo
know,
prop.
and it's just a thought, because I love the way this looks, you know, the plane and all this is just a fun thing to do, but you know, perhaps it's not necessarily the playground doesn't have to be the playground. It's more the imagery of
And at the same time, simultaneously, like I think absolutely, we of course there's an event attached to this, right? So it's not just the playground. The event is the idea of having a citywide picnic where people are now going to inaugurate. We have something for the children, because a lot of the stuff that we do think about is mainly adult geared. And we didn't want to do that. Kathy does an amazing job at creating ideas for children within the school, but as a community as a whole, something where the whole community comes in and enjoys it. This was, I guess you could say, what we had thought of, that the children would therefore be involved. We would have a picnic. That picnic would then also be followed with a city tour, going to all of the historical spaces. And then at the same time, you have this inauguration of this lovely playground, which absolutely is a photo opportunity, which is a different angle that we hadn't necessarily considered when we were looking at it, but absolutely does become that. So this is one of the ideas that we have come up with. And this is, you know, the quotes or estimates that we've received in regards to this specific idea. I did skip actually a very important part, and I apologize to cut you off, but I do want to go back up to the bullet points, because these are specific points that we do need to cover. It's on that same page, just right above it. So we did want to request from the city to create or hire an artist that can create the Centennial logo. Right now, we're in the process of reaching out to different organizations that can potentially help sponsor events, provide product, etc. But we want to go ahead and make sure that it looks professional. And so what we did want to do is we wanted to create a Centennial logo that would also be used as our, and this comment will make a little more sense in a few minutes, as our 12th pin or our main pin of the celebration. So we did need approval in order to make that request, so that we can go ahead and create that logo, and then be able to use it for the purposes of obviously reaching out to all of these different organizations and getting them involved with this project overall.
where's the cost for the Centennial logo? It's on here.
Advertisement, it would be the combination of the 10,000 here?
Correct. Yes, correct. And so, yes. And so we do have Centennial pins. And then we have obviously the creating of that logo. The other pins, we're actually looking at doing it with the with students and schools, and participating with the schools and having them use their art teachers and art classes and so on, and programs to create those other pins. But the Centennial logo, the main pin, we did want to get it professionally made and done, because it is going to be on every single letterhead that we send out. These are going to be professional letters. You know, Captain Nihal can talk about the different people and companies and organizations that he has been reaching out to. That definitely, you know, we want to make sure that we're represented correctly with an appropriate and you know, letterhead and representation of what the Centennial Committee is.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
The estimated cost for creating the logo.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
the thought initially was to try to get the public information officer, as it states on the bullet point on page 2, to try to create it herself so it's kept internal and keep the costs down. However, one of my friends volunteered to do it using his professional people if the city does not want to encumber this situation or task of getting an outside vendor. He estimated $2,000 to create the seal and an emblem similar to what Miami Springs has, however, more in line with the aviation theme of Captain Glenn Curtis. And I have all the drawings. I have the authorization from Mr. Walter, the visit up there to Hammondsport. The curator has given me official authorization to use every Glenn Curtis photograph, airplane, anything that was built by him, and the Curtis Foundation and the museum, including the Curtis emblem. He gave that authorization, which actually is now being used over at the new town center by the sports bar called Curtis Bar and Grill, founded 2023 by Mr. James Toridino. I may have the last name wrong, but
So Captain, you got the authorization to use
to use the
Glenn
Curtis,
Curtis photographs and
everything.
all these things, not just for the logo, but for the
Every single
centennial
thing
celebration.
pertaining to this
wonderful.
Miami Street
Thank you.
Centennial Committee. I told him to give it to me kindly in writing because I know what can happen with the city attorneys wanting to have proof. So he gave it to me in writing, and he's unfortunately leaving at the end of September, but he's going to remain as a curator emeritus because they cannot find somebody to replace
And these
him.
are things that are in artifacts or photos
Yes,
or whatever that
anything.
are in the museum. is
Everywhere,
from the
anything we
museum.
take pictures, whatever he has given us authorization
Wonderful.
because of the 1926. And I hope you're enjoying those chocolates from Godiva, Mrs. Kathy. Yeah, well, I gave them because it happens to be also a 100-year celebration in the year 2026. Godiva was founded in 1926. And now we need this logo. This is why it's imperative. I've been working on this and with this friend of mine to also create all these things we need to do, need to be approved by all 5 of you to proceed with the logo and the seal to create the letterheads and the stamps so we can send out all these letters. I have access to databases of many CEOs and chairmen and boards of every airline on this earth. And the company that's helping me with this is in the next subject, so I won't go there yet. I'll let Chairwoman take over. Mrs. Juliana Arias.
Also want to say one little thing. I'm also working with the JFK Library in Hialeah. They're also trying to do a centennial celebration. So I'm working with them to try to see if they can work with us in collaborating. And they're actually very interested in doing that. Still trying to work out the details on that. They kind of shared a little bit of some of the archives pictures of Curtis and stuff, which was very good. Something that we can use. Of something that we're trying to program, maybe like an art gallery or something at the Curtis Mansion, which where everybody will come see special, pictures that they've never seen before of Curtis. So I'm working on that with JFK.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
so I just want to say, because I don't want to be a curmudgeon about it. I love the ideas of doing the picnic, any type of historical artifacts or memorial or statues. I feel like that's all important. That was my only thing. It happens to be kind of a big thing because I know you guys started planning, but some of the pictures of the playground, that one I think should be reconsidered. Thank you. And thank you guys.
So the other thing that that Kathy Doyle would like to happen, and I think we actually agree with her very much that it is very important, that we would like the approval of the city to compile a list of contacts of all of the civic organizations, the city to have that list of civic organizations and businesses here in Miami Springs, so that we can quickly communicate with them and distribute with them information, opportunities, possibilities, ideas, to see if they would be interested in taking on specific roles, activations, etc. So that's also something that we're asking from the city to approve and to see if willing to compile. Yes.
Sorry, you're not done.
No, go ahead.
Oh.
go ahead.
I don't know if you were able to circle back with her on the meeting that we had. I know we have a lot going on, but I think I remember when we first talked about the Centennial Board, if we can maybe create not a GoFundMe page, but sort of funding page where we can reach out to community and outside of our community to, once we start more marketing, because obviously the logo, we need to start the campaigning process, right? But once you guys have that, shoot it out so people can freely from their homes contribute quickly, or maybe they do $5 a week. You never know. You have a lot of support here in Miami Springs, and I'm sure you have a lot of support in our surrounding neighborhoods as well.
Well, and I think nationwide,
Yeah.
because Glenn Curtis.
nationwide.
I know we were up in Nova Scotia and who, or was it Prince Edward Island? I don't remember. And we went to Alexander Graham Bell's laboratory, and it turns out there's Glenn Curtis all over the place there, because he would go up there in the summers to work with Alexander Graham Bell on these submarines under, you know, and there was on a lagoon, and we're like, oh my goodness, everywhere we go, you know, like the museums and his homes, and, you know, he's definitely a nationwide, a figure, and an influencer of nationwide importance and worldwide in commercial aviation, of course. So, perhaps, you know, reaching out to, you know, the city, reaching out to, you know, all over the nation, these places that have an interest, a vested interest in Glenn Curtis.
It'll huge.
You know,
Well,
we might get
When you open it-
sponsorships.
When you open
Sure.
it, let me know. I'm contributing.
Through the
to
chair.
Support.
So, yes, sir.
So there are a couple of things that have been mentioned that they asked us for help for, and let's just come get those items. I mean, I think the logo is important. Is there any even hand rendition of what that logo might look like? Is
So.
that a picture of Glenn Curtis or what?
So we have ideas of things that we'd like to have in that logo, but the question really, or what we'd like for you to vote on is two things. Number one, if we can have that, right? Number two is if you would like to use your internal, the person that does the graphics for the city or so on, to make it along, you know, aside from us, with us, excuse me, or if you'd like us to outsource that. So it's basically two questions. The first one is, can we have a Centennial logo that we can use in order to send out to different organizations that is going to represent this committee? And then the second question would be, do you want to use the person you currently have within the city to design it, or would you like us to outsource?
Let me
that?
ask you, I'm a little confused with that. I think, Captain, you said that it would be
Mhm.
$2,000 to have so is the question, do we use it, do internally and save the $2,000, or do we go to?
Correct.
This is to design the logo, or this is to produce it, to design it?
Right, to design, because once it's designed, then at that point, it's, you know, usually it's provided to you in the different formats so that you can
Well,
put it on.
I'm just wondering, there's a third option here, is for the city to do a contest. There's artists all the time that, you know, want to, I know we did it for the Bike Path Project back in the 90s when we were creating the Bike Path Project. You know, we had, you know, local artists who volunteered to do it. And, you know, we asked who was interested. So perhaps this might be a good opportunity, because that in itself draws attention.
So
You know, when we do a contest that we're looking for submissions for, and we can provide brief information about Glenn Curtis, about Miami Springs, but open it up, not just within the city, but perhaps, I'm thinking when I go to, when we go to the League of Cities in Tallahassee, what is it, days that we go in Tallahassee, always the scarf and the ties and everything that they do is a Miami-Dade County student who they have a contest, and, you know, and that student designs it, and it's beautiful. It's always beautiful. And then they produce the ties and the women's scarves and everything for that year. So I see that as an opportunity to start advertising and getting attention to this. you
So
know.
if I may,
The
that,
chair, I had not finished. What
I'm sorry.
I
Are you?
had
Go
raised
ahead,
this
go
point,
ahead.
and I think that circling back to what you're saying right now, seemed to me that there was a sense of urgency of getting this
Correct.
done, because it's going to be used for fundraising, promoting, and so forth. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that when the point was raised about the logo, there was a sense of urgency, it seemed to me, that's going to be one of the first steps that they need to begin all these processes of writing letters and so forth and so on. So I didn't want to.
Okay, but this is a workshop, so we can't approve
Right,
an
so-
No,
expense
no,
here.
I'm just saying that I'm just clarifying that they're asking for permission to get this logo done, because it's part of the initial parts of their next steps is just, I'm just want to clarify that.
right. So so actually we are looking at doing competitions and incorporating everybody else, because we are going to have a total of 12 different pins. Just the main one, the one that we need now to reach out to companies, the one that is going to be, I guess you could say, the logo. We do want to do it with someone professional. And yes, there is an urgency, because there are people that now have momentum, that they've heard about the project, they're excited about it. And we don't want it to dwindle, right? You always kind of have to get things when they're hot. And so we do have that urgency of getting that taken care of, so that we can solidify those relationships and those current opportunities that we have.
Okay, so perhaps we can do the authorization, because it's a workshop, we're not going to take a vote.
Right.
Is on our next council meeting is decide, you know, the approval for you to find a logo, to seek a logo, a unique logo for that. I don't see that as an issue.
And
Um,
the second thing was it asked for list of
Right.
names, organizations, businesses and so forth to.
Correct. So it would be,
outreach.
right, so it would be the logo, right? It would be the creation of the logo, if we're gonna do it internally or if we were gonna outsource the logo. And then the list, to compile the list of civic organizations so that we can reach out to, done through the city, right? So that list would be done through the city
Right?
That we
Yeah.
have.
for businesses.
We have the civic organizations listed on our website. And then as far as the businesses, we can certainly get you
From the
a report
occupational
from our
licenses or whatever.
from our BTR.
Okay, and we don't need to vote for that. That's
No,
just
and that's-
information we can
and-
provide
and-
to you.
To the chair.
I just have one more thing on.
Yes,
on,
sir.
because those things were requests. You mentioned Hialeah, and I think it's important that this would be a piece of this could, you know, to our sister city, because Glenn Curtis had his landing field right there on the other side of the canal on Palm Avenue. That was all, you know, the mini airport that he had during that time period. So I congratulate you on. working
When is their centennial? Is it a year or two before ours?
Before us, so
Right.
let's not give
Well,
them too many ideas.
So what is it like next year? Does anybody know?
It's literally a year
They
before.
haven't set anything in stone yet. They're still in early stages right now, so that's why I'm trying to collaborate with them to see how they want to put it together that we can kind of match it.
But what,
So,
what
like,
year?
they
Within
will start,
2025.
and then we'll
25.
continue on the centennial, you know what I mean? We're
perfect.
trying to make it roll down as it's happening in Hialeah, and then it goes to us. And we can, you know, market and promote it completely out there, so everybody knows it's gonna be both towns having this centennial going on.
And let's not forget Opalaka.
Opalaka.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're all.
Through the chair, one last.
Sorry,
I know
through
you're
the chair.
ready to go,
Just,
Really
I've had a conversation with Roger, city attorney. A lot of these ideas we've gone over, including the brewery, the beer, the centennial beer, and all the trademark stuff that comes with it. We need to give them in the next meeting, and I think I talked to Erica about discussion, and we need to direct the city attorney to two things. One is to legally, even though Glenn Curtis Foundation and the museum has the curator giving us some authorization. There's probably more legal stuff that needs to be done than just that letter. So we need
Put it
we
on
need
the
to give it to
agenda.
Roger to
Yes.
discuss it. and the
That's
other
gonna be
thing-
long agenda for next meeting. Maybe that one,
oh,
wait a
oh,
little
oh, the
bit.
next one,
Next
but-
one. Look, we're talking about a month either
Correct.
way, so,
Right,
you know.
so either way, but we need to,
I understand your urgency, but you know, we're in the middle of the budget. and
Right,
We
right.
have a lot.
but we need to
do, so-
address Roger,
Right.
what we want to do with that.
But the logo, I don't see that a
The logo's
problem
simple,
of.
right. Yeah.
at
And
the
also
next
the financial committee, because they want to get funds. That's another, like you said, another meeting, but we have to direct Roger to start taking the initiative of drafting these type of letters. and
Okay,
stuff.
so let's get back on track of what we are, because it's a budget meeting and we're all excited about the centennial. Yes,
clarity on the
okay.
logo thing. I needed a clarity.
Okay, but
Attorney help,
let's
attorney
do
help.
the logo at the next meeting, because we really
Yes,
need to get
yeah,
back
yeah.
to the budget. What we needed to know is what you presented here, that this is, so this first page, I guess, page 2 is what you're asking for
Correct.
this year
Exactly,
as seed money, basically.
exactly, correct.
And then on page 3.
And
that's
then
where I got
moving on, you'll see
confused, is-
basically a breakdown of all the different
Yes.
events that we've come up with or ideas that we've
Okay.
come up with and what we estimate that cost to be, what it is, so on and so forth.
Okay,
Okay,
The captain should.
and this will be part of, at the end of our budget process, that third meeting where we figure out, you know, what we can allocate, what we can't allocate, but I wanted to thank the captain for the chocolate. I just had one so good, staring me in the face. But this is a really nice report.
Yeah, it is.
I need to commend
is,
Sandra on that.
so
I need to
thank-
commend
and,
Sandra on
and
that.
well,
Did
you know,
excellent.
easy to read and, you're just, I want to thank you for it. It really, corralled all of you, the committee, corralled a lot of information and put it, presented it.
To the chair, if I can thank the captain personally and for the city, he's offered to.
Let him say it.
Oh, he's gonna talk?
Let
I
him
thought
say
you
it.
were ready to
And there's
ship
just
him
two
away. I
words
don't
and-
want him to be shipped
No,
away
we're-
without.
I know it's budget, but two
Okay,
words and we're done,
speak
and
it.
you
Okay.
get to say it.
I'm
Let him
glad.
say it. Let him say it.
enough.
last two things, and I know that this is a budget meeting, but I know that it's also an opportunity to bring up the items that need to be voted on for the future, so I'll start talking really fast. Okay, the last two is, we would like also, a centennial fundraising committee, a centennial fundraising committee. We would like to be able to start creating a centennial fundraising committee that they can assist in aside from us giving them the ideas, but really having them run with all of these ideas that we're coming up with and having them establish that. And then the last thing is, the concept of creating a separate fund or account, for all of the money that is brought in for the centennial celebration.
Okay, so let's do this. That will have to go through our city attorney, Tammy, if you could work with Roger to find out. I don't know if he can have that ready for the next meeting. That's Monday, but it might have to be later in our second meeting of the month of these fundraisings and, you know, what legalities, what we can and cannot do and stuff like that and we'll put that as an agenda item when he can give us that information.
And I'll let Captain say something very important.
Well, before I get to the very important part, I have been in touch with a Rotary Club member who has lived on this planet as long as we were both born in 1951. He's the owner of Coastal Insurance. His name is Thomas Webb. You probably all know him. I had almost an hour and 20-minute conversation with him because if you look at the statue and the airplanes, it was exceeding the budget that I was willing to donate out of my personal funds, because I owe a lot to this country and especially to the city of Miami Springs. Because I came here as a teenager, I've lived here for 54 years, and I want to give something back, lasting for this community that has done so much for me. From absolutely nothing, I became a pilot right here in Miami Springs. And because of that, I decided to try to raise other funds from other people, and Mr. Tom Webb agreed to work with civic organizations, hence the list was required, and the businesses to raise another $100,000. I am donating personal funds of $100,000 to come up to $200,000, because the statue that I'm envisioning with the discussions of the entire committee and the chair lady, Mrs. Arias, is to make it out of bronze rather than any other material, because from what I've studied and learned from many companies, it is the longest lasting one. It cannot be the actual height of Glenn Curtis. Is actually, ironically, my height, 5'7". And we have to make him taller because it's going to be on a slight pedestal, because at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, one of the Wright brothers is on the ground level, and it doesn't look, it may be nice to put your arm around and take a photograph, but then there's no place for all the information that needs to be put. And to prevent any damage to the statue, they recommended about 42 inches high. So that's what the budget is requesting for the stand. That would require the city's, not attorney, the engineering people to authorize that for hurricane. The statue is hurricane protected, and it'll be probably 6 feet and 5 inches because it's elevated. And the two airplanes I was envisioning are the two airplanes that Glenn Curtis, one was used in World War I. It was referred to as the Friendly Jenny, and it was later sold to the public. And the second one is the NC-4 that crossed the Atlantic Ocean, both founded and built and created by none other than the founder of our city, Hialeah and Opelika, Captain Glenn Hammond Curtis. And having said that, that's one of the reasons we needed that logo. I needed that letter about maybe 3 weeks ago, 3 months ago, excuse me, but we needed your approval. And so those are the important items that Ms. Arias put in bullet form that we need to achieve. So with that, I want to thank you all for your time. And I know you all have had a long day.
Captain, because this is a budget meeting, I just need to hear that again because I think I misheard.
Is
I didn't miss
donating
you.
Are you, how much are
100,000.
you donating? That's six figure.
It's a 6 figures. It's money that I have worked and earned for through United Airlines that gave me the greatest job I ever had on this planet. Having flown for 47 years around planet Earth, I saved and invested that money, and that is my donation to this city of Miami Springs.
Thank you. You are the man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Especially fitting at a budget meeting for
Right.
you to give us this information.
Through the chair.
But hopefully the Rotary Club and Mr. Tom Webb will come up with the other 100,000
100.
with, and then we'll have these two big airplanes that we wanted to put it. I mean, we discussed this at length in the committee. it was a suggestion to put it as a circle and call it the Glenn H. Hammond Curtis Memorial Circle, which actually that is the legal name of it.
Right.
It's just not advertised. So having said that, I have some paper here that I'd like to distribute to all of you, which I had sent in, but it didn't get published in the report, but I'd like you to attach it to it, please. And that might, it enhances this whole idea of using Glenn Curtis. As one of our members said, Mr. Petrolanda, he said, this is all about one person. It's the man who created this city, Glenn Hammond Curtis, and the mansion and the golf course. Before it was fashionable, I don't know if some of you know this, Mr. Curtis told his partner when they found that land and created that golf course that it was under one condition. He didn't care who played there. He didn't care what color the people were. He didn't care whether they were from any part of the planet or male or female. It had to be the first multicultural golf course in the southern states in the United States. That was almost 100 years ago. It was not fashionable for him, but he felt that was the right thing to do for humanity. And that's another reason I wanted to donate it, not just the aviation, but what he stood for humanity.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Captain. And so we'll put you on the agenda for the next, well, Tammy will work
One of
with
them.
you to see one of the two meetings and we'll get that.
Thank
All right. Thank you so much.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to add, thank you, Captain. Normally at budget meetings, folks are coming asking for money and of course,
First.
yes,
we heard you say
and I
this.
think it's, I had heard this and I had seen it and I'm very appreciative of the efforts that that Captain Neha Pereira and others, not only for your personal donation, but the use of your donation to generate other donations. And I know that you're working on a number of things, and I think that that's a great opportunity. I'm very thankful, Captain, for the record. Thank you.
Very welcome. But talking about wanting money, I think Ms. Arias has that number. Did you want to reiterate the numbers or?
We have it.
got
We
it.
have
We
it
got
all here. We have the report.
Thank
All
you,
right.
That
Captain.
go by because that was the main reason it's a budget meeting. So we do have an ask. Thank you.
Thank
Uh,
you.
Mayor, can I just say, Julie, you're going to hear from Michael Gavila, right? Everybody was thanked, Jamie, Kathy, Nihal, Alex, and nobody mentioned Michael Gavila. You are going to get it.
Mike is awesome.
He hasn't absconded, has he? He is still, okay, thank you.
Probably watching.
I'm gonna get calls about
And,
that.
and through the chair, no reflection on the producer of this, right? Shannon did the great job. Sandra did the great job of putting it together.
Yes,
So-
thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you
One more
again.
thing about Sandra. I had asked her to do a nice letter. I had given her the context of it and through the chair lady, and we decided to commend her for all this work she does, not only for us, but all the committees. And she's waiting for this logo, so please approve it fast so she can
It's
put it on
done.
the
It's coming.
new letterhead.
It's coming.
It's a
Thank you.
letter of
Thank you.
commendation.
Thank you.
for her.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Number 7.
anybody else out there wants to
Give us money.
donate, any of you?
Ready to give.
Feel free to take the podium if anyone's itching to be so generous. All right, so Tammy, where are we?
We are on section 12 IT services. George is here. Come on up, George. You're in the hot spot.
George, how much of your money are you donating to the budget for this year?
Gonna be our question from now on.
But dig deep.
He just took off like 3 items from my wish list already.
In summary, George's IT budget is 421,000 approximate. And it actually decreased $2,800 from last fiscal year.
Yeah.
And besides the rising again employee benefits and salaries, George can go over some of the savings you'll see down in his operations section of his budget.
Mayor, I just wanted to say that going through this department's budget, I think doing more with less, particularly in an area like technology where everything is always getting more expensive. I think George should be commended for helping us, keep things manageable.
And also because you see that smile on his face, it's always there, even when you're talking to him about problems you're having. He's smiling and he's thinking how to fix it. So thank you, George.
George, you have a twin on Yellowstone. Did you know that?
I have a what?
Have you seen the show Yellowstone?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, I have.
Jamie. Be Jamie's dad.
Come on.
Oh my God.
Let's keep it moving.
Thank you.
Keep it moving.
I'm sorry, it's the-
So, um, you've made some cost savings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
That's great. And it's like Councilman Fahad said, with technology, the cost, and I think you were applying or getting a grant for cybersecurity also.
We're also working on that. Yeah. It's very small. It's nothing compared to what the chief is doing. It's just for some switches and new firewall we've been trying to get for a while now.
Okay.
But besides that, there's not much else. I mean, we managed to remove one of the servers we were asking for. I think it's on the wish list because there was a shipping mistake last year, and now it's finally free for us to use, no cost.
Is that on here? I don't see it on the wish list.
That's for the it's not on the wish
for
list.
IT.
Nope, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's on the 6-4 account, 6400.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
I'm looking at
No.
the citywide wish
Oh,
list. that
We removed that prior to the,
Oh, so
it
that's,
was on the wish list and we've been removed it once we decided that we had an extra server.
Okay,
yeah, so that helped reduce the overall budget.
so it's not on the wish list. It's on the budget. Right?
It's not in the
Not
wish,
anywhere.
it's not anywhere.
Not anywhere.
Not
Oh, it was
anywhere.
gone.
It was like a wash.
6400.
Yeah, that was in the 6,400 account. As you'll see, that line is now zero. But he did have other savings in contractual services and repairs and maintenance.
Is that the 15,000 that you saved in contractual services?
It's a combination of contractual services. There was several things that we dropped. The contract with Central Square, that's hasn't gone down, but we overestimated last year a bit. So that brought it down a little bit. There's some of the services we reduced also. AWS, we had always budgeted 3,600. Dropped that to 1,200 because it's a service we use. We don't use too many of the resources they offer, but we're ready to use it as a disaster recovery system in case something does happen, and then we'll need to, increase the amount to fund it somehow.
Any questions for George?
Through the chair.
Yes.
We were just talking about the operational supplies. Is that what we were talking about? Of the 5,000?
For the server that was removed, that was the 4,600 account, 4600. That's zero now because it's been deleted.
And the 52? Just to get an idea what,
Operating supplies.
Operating supplies, that actually went up because we're trying to transition instead of each department buying their own computers. We're going to start buying them through IT, which kind of makes a little more sense. We know who's got what and how much time is left on, how usable it is. So we're going to try and do that now.
okay.
This year we're budgeted for 5 computers. It's not much, but the ones that are out there are still usable.
George, what do you anticipate? I know because IT, keeps evolving. Say in the next following year or year after that, any major cost or any major
No, it should remain about the same. It might go up a little bit, but we're trying to transition a lot of stuff from local servers to Office 365. It's been a humongous help ever since we transitioned. It wasn't by accident. I mean, we had an incident and the server just stopped working, and we decided that night to just make the switch, and it's worked out for the best. And so they offer a lot of services that we don't take advantage of right now. And I'm testing that out this year to see if we can maybe eliminate a few more of the local systems we have. It'll save money in the long run.
Okay.
I think so. But no huge, no big expenses coming up that I'm planning.
And going back, I know I had asked you, and we talked about it at a council meeting with the drop down menu on our website to promote our restaurants and shops,
We're
and
working on that.
everything.
Yeah, we've got trying to figure out where to put it and how that's going to work. But yeah, it's planned.
Okay. Wonderful. I think that'll be nice when people can look on our website and, see all the dining facilities and the addresses and go straight to their website if
Mhm.
possible we throw a lot at you.
Yeah, it's a one-stop shop. And just go to our website. You can find everything.
That would be
You know.
great.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for all you do.
Omar, come on down.
Him and Kaden are gonna pass out.
Omar and Caitlin. Tammy, I think it's another day. Or is that today?
I mean, I see it.
Really?
I don't see her.
I don't know. Maybe Tammy Romero was going to talk about.
Parks and Rec total budget for 2024.
What is the number? The
14,
It's section
section
14.
14.
okay.
They again came in only $1,000 more than last year's budget in total, but there are fluctuations and obviously some accounts are costing more, some accounts are costing less. They've also done a great job this year putting their budget together and looking at various accounts to see where we could save. The summary also, the net cost of the administrative department, we have budgeted revenue of 332,000, budgeted expenditures of 1.8. So there's a net cost of that department of 1.5. You'll see the pool budget is 46,000 more than last year of 6.8%. And besides the COLA salaries and benefits, there's also been increased costs there of utilities, electricity, water, and pool chemicals. That also, there's a net cost of that department to the city of about 580,000. The tennis budget is basically minimal, only $151 increase from the prior year. This year's budget includes 20,000 in capital for resurfacing of 2 tennis courts. And the Parks and Rec Maintenance Division at a cost of $413,000. Again, a minimal increase, $620 from last year. And this year's budget includes a $25,000 capital item for laser grading the parks. We are proposing an increase revenue in 24 from last year of approximately $40,000, primarily in pool admissions and flag football revenues. And that's all that I have in the summary. If Omar wants to go into some specific details or you have specific other questions.
Mayor, I'd like to commend Omar. I mean, the total rec budget is only $1,100 higher than it was last year. And in admin budget, it seems like he was able to lower that by 136,000, which is in terms of the administration budget. So I think he should be commended for that. It seems like they really tried to streamline things. And again, that helps. I know that we're all up here concerned about how the bottom line, how we're going to make this work. And I think that's commendable that his shop was able to kind of move things around so that we could provide the same great service at basically the same price.
And I don't think it's ever been more fun to be in Miami Springs. There's just so many opportunities for, to stay here and enjoy all these activities. And pickleball is the latest one, but it's wonderful. Thank you. Any questions, for Omar? So. Okay, the biggest increase, I guess, has been the salaries.
Mayor, I guess a question that I have, I feel like I go into each one of these, looking at the budget, and then there's also a wish list. Obviously, Parks and Recs tends to have a wish list, the same kind of like when the chief was there. There was a particular wish list item that I felt like was most important. Omar, do you want to just share with us kind of your not budgeted wish list priorities for us to consider as we try to balance everything out?
So, well, the reality is that they're all important to recreation, right?
No
Exactly.
doubt. No
So
doubt.
it's hard
but-
for me to pick one over the other, but the reality is that I do believe the tennis court at some time needs to be completely renovated. The pro shop, the restrooms, for example, our aquatic center is basically, brand new. The community center is 14 years old. Our senior center is brand new, and the tennis center needs some attention, which would then, we could focus on tennis and potentially then have pickleball, which is a huge growing sport, at its own location at Stafford Park. I think that's one of the things that we need to consider, if not this year, very soon. Our parks are holding up pretty well. There are some things I would love to change, like our batting cage is pretty dangerous right now, the way it sets up.
I thought we
So
had just had it improved to be safer.
we did some improvements to it, but they're very minor. We need a new batting cage setup. Now, we've had some challenges internally getting someone to quote us what we actually really want. I finally got someone to quote us about $35,000 for the installation of one cage, and we would have to purchase the cage from the company we would purchase from is probably Beacon Athletics. It's about a $45,000 to $50,000 project for a batting cage. So that's one of the things that I do think all the time. I mean, it's one of the few amenities that we have that I think would be a huge investment for us.
Did
because
we
it's get
fix
used.
though the safety to life issue where the posts were on the inside and balls could hit it? Like, has that been?
We tightened up the netting a little bit and we fixed some things, but it's dangerous. It's a cage that was built 30 years ago. So imagine it's extremely antiquated. It doesn't meet any of the safety standards. It doesn't really matter what we do to it. It's like anything. Whatever was built 30 years ago, cars, boats, is nowhere near the safety of what you have today. So the new system is complete netting, tension netting, which the ball, if you hit it, it just basically slides right off the net.
Right.
There's no posts, but they're not cheap. You're looking at footers in the ground. They have to be 6 feet, 3 poles, 6 poles. There's 3 on each side. It's a construction project, and a lot of our people that use the baseball field don't realize. They think, oh, for 10 grand I'll put a cage up. I'm like, nah, doesn't work that way. But the reality is that cages is something that I think we need to try to find a way to get.
Let me ask you, have we tried to reach out, say, to the Marlins? And I think this is something our small community, needs to be bolder about, get the Marlins to sponsor, ask them to sponsor a batting cage.
So the
It's-
Marlins are great in sponsoring a youth sports organization like Little League or a sports organization that's playing at Tamiami Park or at Grapeland. They're not gonna really help us out, and that's just the reality of it. They will prefer to put money into a youth sports league that's considered a non-for-profit rather than a public business like ours. I don't mind calling them. I have really good connections there. Most of the times that I've reached out to them, they've always been like, what is your youth league president? And we'll deal with them. And that's where you see at the opening day, you'll see the Marlins there and things like that. And they've given money to Fred for uniforms and baseballs. But for us to ask him for a batting cage, I mean, I'm willing to ask.
That's
At the end of the day,
true.
it's not,
Just
it's
because
worth it.
It's helps the youth league. I mean, it prepares, I don't know much about baseball, but I'm guessing that's how they,
I think the angle for us would
become
be
better
for
players, right?
me and Fred to
Yes.
meet with the Marlins
you?
and have Fred more or less pitch it
Yes.
so that it's a little league request.
Because the 50,000 is a good bit for us right now, but it's something, and obviously they would have their name on it and, and they are supporting the youth group by,
100%.
helping them become.
It's definitely worth a
better
try.
batters.
It's just, I guess the angle would be more like getting Fred to
Yeah.
push it because he could use his not-for-profit, the kids, and then at the end of the day, whether Fred gets it or I get it, I don't care. We got a new cage.
And you've got the council
I'm okay
behind
with
you
that.
if you need us, to reach out, whatever,
Awesome.
but let's just.
What about grant possibilities to pay for something like that?
We actually, one of the things we actually got an email today about that was for that just opened up. And one of the things I asked was batting cages, refencing some of the fence at Prince. I think there's a couple of things in there. And yes, we are allowed to apply for those grants. But the grant right now, the state, they've been very tough on giving out money as far as, especially with our demographics. We ended up 22nd out of 24 projects or something like that. And it boils down to the median income of our community. They look at, fortunately, we are an African community. So you have $1 million homes here, and those projects usually go to other communities that don't have what we have.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with the assessment that, the Marlins, any other professional sports. I have good friends of mine that work with the 76ers in Philadelphia. But I think the idea of bringing Fred there because if you go and ask them for 2 batting cages, they're gonna go, I think they need to see what the program really is.
Right.
And then say, these batting cages are 30 years old. They meet no kinds of standards. That might have an impact. Absolutely. And then if, once you open that door, we can all through some contact or another, possibly assist as well. Grants are great if they have them, they do take time to put them together and so forth. But if you take that initiative, I think that'd be great. And to have Fred there, he's gonna have to be the one to sell it, and they could really see what the need is and how much of a program and how important that program is.
Correct.
To the young people in the city.
Correct.
That might have an impact.
Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
just for knowledge, what is web track process?
How much time do we have? No. So WebTrack we basically have a software company that we use at the community center, at the aquatic center, for payments, registration of our summer camp programs. It's a software company. But right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to take our system to the next level, which would be online registration, being able to rent our facilities online rather than have to come in, maybe even summer camp registration online. So I don't have to have fighting parents outside waiting at 3 a.m. But it's gonna cost money. We've met with George from IT. We've talked about it ourselves, and it's taking things that like right now, we only have they can't pay like Apple Pay, right? At the pool, or they can't even do like where they just tap their card. We still have the old swipe system and things like that. So we're just trying to get us into that next generation of payments, POS, registration online, trying to go away. A lot of our complaints. We might be one of the few departments that still pick up the phone when you call, right? Because any other parks department you call, you get a recording, press 1, press 2. We have the system that we have people call, but that also tell us, I can't register online. I don't get out of work till 5, and then we tell them we're open till 9:30. But at the end of the day, most of the people are like, when are you guys going to allow us to register online for basketball, for football, and all these things? So that is to basically take us to that level if we were to get that funding.
Through the chair, is that just a one-time cost for software or every year?
That is a one-time cost to get us off the ground, and then every year there's a service cost for it.
Service.
The service cost is
What about?
or is minimal?
No, it's I'm not like it's
Additional like $3,000 on top of what we already paid.
Correct.
And I think it was $8,000 into the posted.
Yeah.
Last.
So it's 50,000 to set it up, and then $3,000 every year after that.
on top of the 8 that we already paid. It's about 11 and a half.
So you're saying 11,000 every year to keep it going?
Well, yes, this will add another 3 because we pay 8 now for what we currently have.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I get it.
It's a great system. It's just we're not using their services the way we should. They provide a bunch of things. They have their own cloud system. Like there's so much we could use with them. And right now we're driving their car with roll up windows is what we're doing. So you can kind of see like where we're at. We could easily have.
That's because we need to pay extra for these extra services.
Correct.
But the extra for the extra services is an additional 15,000
That's correct.
in addition to the 8,000 that we're paying.
So the 8,000, the 8,000 is what we pay a year for like their cloud service and they're very helpful with like hosting it. And if we call them, they fix it right away. So this 15,000 will get us off the ground, and then we'll add every year, instead of asking for 8,000, we'll be asking for 11,000 to keep the process going and stuff like that.
Any other questions?
No.
I have a few on your wish list.
Sure.
The park master plan, why does that cost so much? 80,000.
So the average for that is usually that price. I would tell you that now that we're actually discussing doing a master plan internally, us for the city that we were working on recently, I would tell you that's unnecessary. As long as I could be part of the process and make sure that I at least try to have my input on what parks is, then I think we could just incorporate that right into the normal master plan that we're doing with the city. That was more because I had put that in there in case we didn't have what we've been working on recently to then get a park master plan. The ideal of that is to set things where we're being more reactive, and we're being more proactive than reactive. One of the things that I think is very important is establishing, what we're doing 10, 15 years from now. And a park master plan will give us that, whether it's financially, whether it's setting up parameters for us to get things done, save money, put money aside, so that when we have to Marsite the pool, we're not coming to you guys with, hey, we got to Marsite the pool, we need $250,000. We have already a plan in place to support those finances. So the master plan is huge, developing of park spaces that we currently have, developing park spaces like Prince Field. How long has Prince Field been there? How long has that fence been there for baseball? 30, 40 years? But, there's no need to change it right now. But in 5, 10 years, if we put money aside and we start having a plan for this, then we could do those things to the field, change the lighting. These are all things that I think are very important for a park master plan. It gives us a vision. But I think those are all things that we could also do if we were to hire another company, or we did it internally ourselves. We just have to do the work. But I think we don't need it specifically for parks. If we do it with what we're doing with the city, I think we could incorporate that in there.
I know there's just recently within the past month, I've spoken to 2 mayors from other cities, and by coincidence, we've talked about park master plans that they've just put in their cities. So I'll try to get those 2 and
Cool.
give you a copy of them.
Awesome.
So
Some cities they do park master plans that are like, I think they're a little bit insane, but 150,000 for a park master plan I've seen, and I'm like, that's insane. But again, it just depends on what, like the city of Miami has a park master plan that's pretty good, but they have marinas, beaches, like it's pretty intense.
Through the chair.
yes,
And also, since we've already verbalized, I think from the council many, many times that we're trying to do the country club from ground up. So I think that was going to be moving the tennis courts, possibly pickleball, everything being just one place to alleviate the other real estate that we're using right now for tennis or for whatever it is that we're using. So we can reinvent the wheel on those lots. So I think it's smart not to do a master plan for park, because I think we're going to incorporate, if God willing, I have a meeting tomorrow, we can come up with something, and we might have a new country club in the future. So I'm
Nice.
excited.
okay, good. I think one of the things we've talked about with, of putting, say, pickleball, if we were going to do that at the country club, is to, that it's more of a, you go play, you can have drinks, you can socialize it. It helps support the food vendors at the country club. So it creates more of that social atmosphere. If it's not just you show up and and leave, and those kind of sports like the tennis and racquetball in the past, have very often done well around a country club. Those are all things we'll have to look at. So I still have more questions about the wish list, because I want to understand your wish list. The Stafford Walking Path Park with lighting for 450,000. We have a walking path right now. I know it's too low and it needs the drainage, it needs to be improved and all, but that's 450,000.
That would be with the lighting. So the walking path at Stafford Park, has been on my wish list item for almost 13 years. So it's just been something that it's there, like you said, and people use it. So
Floods, and we need to keep the drains clean.
Correct.
And, and I know that that's a public works thing.
It's
that we
also a
need
little
to-
uneven and it's not.
it has its areas.
But
Yeah, it has its areas. It's not wide enough. So since I'm one of those people that I would like to see that project done at some point in time, understanding the situation that we are currently in financially, I do understand that it's something maybe we could look towards the future. But my whole thought process with that is making it wider, making it concrete, with a nice surface on it, adding some bollards lighting, so that it has kind of like a walking path that's really nice. Signage that says if you walk a certain amount of laps, things like that, trying to start a walking club. Like there's an area on the, the southeast corner that's just dark. So just adding some proper lighting, things like that. Full project would be around that price, because you're talking about trenching, adding electrical. It's going to get expensive. Now, if you just do the path itself, it's about 150 to 200,000. If you just do the path, just concrete. We got that quote earlier this year. I mean, it might have changed a little bit here or there, but that's doing it with, was it Metro? Is that Metro? So that was a quote that we had. A little wider. Right now it's very narrow. If two people are walking, you're bumping into each other.
And it still gets a lot of people.
No,
A lot of people walk Stafford Park.
Correct. And that's why I've always, when I was out there a couple of nights and I meet with the residents, the one thing they always ask me is, when are you going to fix the path?
Yeah.
And when are we getting lights? So that's kind of why I put it in there. Yeah,
This may not be the time though.
correct.
No, the
Isn't that-
caveat is.
Sorry, through the chair, isn't that one other thing that maybe through grant money, I would think that the talk all over the country is about walkable cities and, bicycle.
That's actually, you reminded me, that's one of the things I was going to discuss with for that was batting cages, the fencing at Prince, and resurfacing and adding lighting to that walking path. That was the other thing.
Mayor, can I ask a question? Because it's been kind of bouncing around in my head. So we currently, the grant writer we have is part-time, right? Or no, she's full-time with us?
She's full-time. She does, yeah.
I'm
She does
full-time.
grant writing for us. Mhm.
Okay. And
I've
I
seen
know
it.
that,
But it's a certain number of grants per year. She's
We-
contracted to
We have
apply.
not maximized those.
Yeah.
those
Okay.
dollars,
Oh,
yeah.
Like 10.
And honestly, they're good. They're good. For us to write a grant is
No, I know it's extremely.
very
time-
tedious, and they're very good at guiding, at least me, the few times I've used them,
right.
they've been
Keith and
wonderful.
her team are
Yeah,
great.
they've been
The
wonderful.
reason I bring it up is that we didn't have a grant writer and then we got one, in the sense that I got was that like, well, it's been worth it, right? Because like you're paying for this grant writer, but you're getting back
Yeah, of course.
all of this. So the question is there more that we can invest into the grant writing to be able to get,
Did have an in-house grant writer.
right?
At one point,
But
we
I-
did have one.
I-
We did, and then we didn't, and then I think we got one, right?
Well, and then we went to this, Lakeisha's, Bell Tower, consulting.
Consulting.
Okay, so she's a consultant, but they're not, well, that's why I said, are they part-time? They work on a consultancy basis for
So
us, but
basically
they,
what they do is they notify us of any grant opportunities out there. They give us a heads up, and if there's anything that we can qualify for, then basically they'll send that typically to me. And then I'll share it with either the Public Works Department or the Rec Department. And then we see if there's a need, Police Department, and we'll see if there's a need.
Also, if any of us, because I know a lot of times I forward grant opportunities to you, and I think the cybersecurity one was one that I'd forward, that
Mhm.
we need to,
No.
be cognizant of it. And if you see a grant opportunity, I get emails, of this or that, to the state, and forward it to Tammy and, ask her, can you look and see if there's something here we can use? Because,
so does that grant writing group, do they just help us find it, or they help us write and apply for the
Oh,
grant?
they help us
Everything.
write it.
Yeah.
They find it, they help us write it, and they apply for it.
Basically, yeah, they ask us like,
So
we need
one-stop
this
shop.
information from you,
Right.
and then they handle the bulk of it, which is great because like I've looked at some of those grants and I'm like, oh God, this is gonna take me forever, you know? And then with them, it's been like, they already know they know what we need. That's what they do. If it's a picture of a site, if it's a survey, we just do the legwork on our end and then we send it to them and they basically put it together.
So
for
then
us.
I get back, so back to my question, is there, because if you're saying we're not maximizing what they could do, like, is there more that we
There's
could
a certain
invest?
number of grants that they'll write for us within a month, 1 month time. I don't recall that number right now, but we've
Right.
never hit that number.
And why is that?
I think it was a
Just
total of
having,
10 a year.
Resources. I mean,
Yeah.
it takes a lot
Okay.
of time to gather the information for these grants. Sometimes we don't qualify for the grants. There could be a couple different, you know, subs.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
So, in conversations with the grant writer, do we provide them like a list of things we want to look at? I mean, can this be one of those things that they can have, you know, take a look at and see if we could, get some grants out there for that purpose?
So when they first came aboard, we did have a
A wish list.
a kickoff meeting
Yeah.
per se, and we did say that these are things that we want. They know our city pretty well right now. I'm not saying that we could not have another meeting and you know,
Sure.
bring them up to date. But again, they're looking at grants, you know, county, you know, federally, you know, they're looking at all types of grants, and they're not only working for our municipality, they're working for other municipalities. So when there's an opportunity out there, they certainly reach out to us. You know, some of them are duplicated from what the mayor sends me. You know, a lot of times they're duplicated for what mayor sends me, but you know,
So there's nothing that's limiting, there's nothing that we could budget more towards to kind of prompt
Not at
us
this
seeking
moment.
more grants.
Not
It's
at this
just
moment, yeah.
we've reached like maximum,
No,
you
we
know.
haven't even used
in terms
it.
of-
We haven't reached the maximum number of grants we can apply for with them. What we've reached is the maximum capacity of personnel to help
Okay, but so
provide this
that's kind of,
information back to them.
but that's kind of my point. Is there, and I'm not talking about for right now, but like, is there anything we could do that we could fund that would allow us to increase the capacity of us to be able to seek more grants using this consultancy group?
we're already
Like-
paying for it and we're not.
All right.
Problem is they also come from several different, you know, they're coming from the Parks Department, they're coming from
Right.
the Police Department, they're coming from, you know, the Public Works Department. They go from the, you know, they
get
have IT grants
Like,
and all
okay,
of
so-
that. So that person would have to be that one-stop shop in order to help assist that grant writer.
And
if
that's,
what you're
that's what
asking.
I'm getting at, right? Would it be beneficial to have an in-house person that what they do is try to coordinate? Like, again, if we're paying for these people to consult us in grant writing and it seems like, wow, we're getting our money's worth, right? Like what we're investing in them, we're getting back in grants. And if what's limiting us from getting more is just that like we're maxed out, can we invest in something in-house to allow to leverage to get more in terms of grants? Because a lot of these things we're talking about, I'm like, wow, there's probably grant money out there, but if we're maxed out because our personnel can't keep up with, as like, maybe that's something we need to consider in-house. Do we have a position that could help us facilitate getting more? Maybe we can. I'm bringing up, trying to be an idea merchant here.
Through the chair.
At
In
end
the
of the-
past, what the city had, and Tammy, you correct me if I'm wrong, is we had a person who was grant writer and public information officer.
That's correct.
And my understanding is you get one or the other. They're good at one or the other, but they're not necessarily a grant writer and a public information officer. So
Seems like two
Um,
things.
it's two separate things. So now we went to
But that's not to
last
say
year.
that we couldn't get a full-time grant writer,
writer,
but
yes,
a
to do
full-time
that.
grant writer, you're
Salary,
probably talking
compensation, and
about
benefits. That's why we went with the
yes, you're
$30,000
probably talking
contract.
about $100,000 salary with benefits.
But
also-
that would replace, Lakeisha's her name, right?
Yes.
That would replace Lakeisha. Is there something that we could do to help? Again, seems like Lakeisha's group, they're like, you're not even maximizing everything that we have to offer because as per what you said, like our personnel is there personnel that we could add
Well-
that could again maximize what Lakeisha's group is offering?
How much money have we gone through grant award? Over $2 million already through Lakeisha, correct?
Over what?
Well, not just with Lakeisha's group, but we've had,
Since we signed her up, I think we had a conversation where we made it over.
oh, we've done, yeah, we've
millions.
made well over the amount that, you know, we're paying them. That's, there's no doubt. Even when we had our in-house grant writer, we were, I mean, she paid in and, you know, she was paid for in and of herself with writing it. But, you know, and Omar, you were here still when Ms.
Sure.
Foster was
Yeah,
here. Yeah.
100%.
And just because we had that in-house person, didn't alleviate everything because she still
had to talk
she
to him.
still relies on the department to provide this information. So it's still going back to the same, you know, that we're still relying on the information
Correct.
to come from the departments. So regardless of whether we have an in-house person or a consultant, we're still relying on all of the departments citywide to be able to you
I'm
know,
just trying to
provide
find your wish
solutions.
list item things, you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
obviously not doing the things on your wish list item don't cause more work for you, right? So I'm not trying to give you more work. I get that it's just, they're your wish list items. If there's anything we could do to help get more grant money, if it's in combination with Lakeisha, that's all I'm trying to kind of bring.
Mr. Chair, maybe as a time, well, for another time, not today, but we've talked about an economic development, you know, person that helps the city get, you know, economic activity, more businesses. That person could also help facilitate some of this ideas to get grant money from this company that we're already paying. But obviously, we're leaving stuff on the table because we're paying them and we're still short. So I agree with you.
Through the chair.
Council.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I remember a conversation about this about 2 years ago when we decided to go with the with the consultant. And I remember William talking a lot about this. I mean, this is, first of all, it's a unique skill set, right? That you know, folks like this, I appreciate your thoughts, Councilman, of, you know, someone who could have a couple of different skill sets, but and it costs money to have someone with that kind of skill set, you know, kind of full time. But I think that I appreciate what you're saying, Councilman. I think we need to think outside the box a little bit as we move forward about how to, as you said, Councilman, you know, the bringing in someone who has that kind of combination of skill sets in terms of economic development, and certainly, you know, when we get to that part, when we get to that workshop to kind of fold this in, because I think this is giving us some opportunities to think about it and look forward to finding the kind of resources that we would need to address the wish list, also the revenue side for the city.
Through the chair, and I understand it can be a little time consuming there, but there comes a point throughout the year that I think all department heads, they know what they need, they know the money. So if they see a grant that they're like, I know I need the money and this can really help, then they're going to have to rely on their peers for help so that they can go ahead and take that time out of their day, just like Omar did, to go ahead and apply for the grants. I mean, it comes with the job, you know, I mean, at the end of the day.
I think they're already doing it.
They
It's
do
just
it,
that
but
you
I
don't
think
always get every grant you apply for.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is, what can we do to augment our capacity to be able to apply for more and leverage the grant writers we're already doing? Because it strikes me that like they could do more if we could do more on our end to facilitate it. That's just, I don't know, maybe we can't, but that's, to me, it just seems like you said, we're leaving, you know, money out there that we could be trying to beat the bushes for. It's just that we're maxed out in terms of being able to, you know, facilitate the grant writers seeking it for us.
Yeah, it's not even about writing it. It's just
Let me ask
offering
you,
them.
Grant limitations, I'm sure.
I'm trying to see how to word this. If you had additional help, assistant, if we could administratively provide you with assistance so that, because a lot of that information that Omar needs to provide or that Public Works needs to provide or whatever is really kind of something from your office, right? Of you having the details of it. And, you know, this is because I can tell you one thing about grant writing. It's not applying for the grant. It's applying for the right grant. There are thousands of grants out there if we want to build a whatever, but you're wasting your time if you don't have someone who knows that. And there's a whole way that you look at how to apply for a grant. You look at past grants that have been given from that organization, who they tend to give it to. Omar brought up a good thing. Is it for underserved communities? You know, it doesn't matter how much we need this. If that grant tends to almost 100% of the time, even if it doesn't have to be an underserved, you know, the grant writer will see it almost always goes to underserved communities. Don't waste your time, because even though we're entitled to apply, we're not going to get it. So there's a lot more in grant writing than just applying for the grant. It's applying for the right grant, using the resources, the information to apply for a grant that you really have a good chance of getting.
And there's a
grant writer
second
is
part to that too. It's not just once you've got the grant, then you've got to request all of those reimbursements.
Yeah, you have to administrate the
so
grant.
there's a
I'm the administrator for all of the grants
But
that are.
that's a
written
good
for the
problem to
entire
have.
city.
That's a good problem to have. So
Oh,
like
yeah.
to the mayor's point, like if
it's just
we
basically-
are limiting our ability to get grant money, like that's something that we should address.
Yes, and I think, and that's probably something we need to keep in the back of our mind of administratively within the city. How do we provide, you know, support
Oh.
to our city manager's office to, you know, Tammy's a one-man show right now, and there's only so many hours humanly. There's only like 26 hours in a day or something that she can devote to this. So, you know, of providing her with that administrative assistance,
then
even
the
if it's part-time, if there's
Third part
something.
of that is, yes, you can get the grant, but then you also have to go out for competitive bids too, for the construction, for the services, for all
To
of
get the
these
funding.
things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you get the grant, right? So,
There's a
and,
certain amount of time that you have to do all that
Uh-huh.
to be able
and,
to.
and
so-
to properly write an RFP or an invitation to bid, it takes, a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of research. And again, I'm the one that monitors that as well.
But I think it's worth it to get her help, because at the end of the year, it's time and research that gets you money, that gets you funding, that allows us to get these things. So I think it's,
Do it. Yep. And, and perhaps we'll keep looking at the budget and, and discuss this at the next, at the end of what we can do.
I think we're gonna get help. She's gonna get help soon, so
Okay, so.
we hope the person gives us help.
Yeah. Casey's got big
I've got
shoes to fill.
Yep.
More on your wish list, because I think all these wish list items are obviously, those are things that make our community more, fun, desirable, promote healthy, quality of life and everything. So I
Huge
think all of
shots.
us looking at this wish list would like to give you 100% of all of it, if we could. The pool heater. That is that it's. not that
So-
efficient. That's
so the-
$100,000.
Yes, okay, so the pool heater is an interesting and unique situation. It went out in the
Alright,
winter.
got A lot of calls that.
Yeah,
the
it went
pool
out
is-
at the worst possible time ever, right? So the heater goes down, and the biggest issue we had is that the current heater is obsolete. It doesn't exist. So finding parts to repair it is a nightmare. The only place we could find was a place in California, and it was a mission to get them to fill out the vendor app, and it took us forever and then finally we got him on board. He's like, oh, it takes about 8 weeks to get the parts. So we had our heater down for almost 3 months, November, December.
once it, you need a heater.
January. So it was a nightmare for us.
And our adults use the pool a lot with
Yes.
the heated pool, they.
Yes. So right now the heater could survive another 2 years, but I put it in there because we need to get a new one. Yeah, we need to get something at least in the future that you guys are aware. Like we need to get a new one, because even to fix this one it's very challenging. And I did not know heaters were that expensive until James and Kaylin brought it to my attention. I actually laughed at them when they told me it's gonna cost $100,000 for a heater, and I was like, you guys are crazy. But then I went online and looked, and oh yeah, it's gonna be about $100,000 installed.
And gentlemen, I thank you for your patience. We're gonna get to the pickleball, but I want to go through all these other ones first. Okay, the dog park renovation at PV Field, what needs to be renovated? Field.
So again, it's one of those things. If you go look at other dog parks and other municipalities, other cities, they just have, whether it's turf, different amenities for the dogs. it's just a different type of environment. And if you go like to Doral, which I know, you know, it's their funding is a lot more than ours, and their parks are brand new. If you go to City of Miami, their dog parks are just different.
There's not a safety issue or anything. It's
No,
just
no,
making
it's
it
just
attractive for
correct. It's
dogs.
just me, you know, I got 2 dogs at home and I'm a dog guy, so I just want a nicer dog park.
I think we could start by just cleaning the pressure cleaning the fountain, and it'll look a lot better.
Yeah, it's just it could use a little TLC, but again, it doesn't mean that the dog park is not safe. It doesn't mean it's not getting sprayed. It doesn't mean that the dogs are not having a good time. It's just a little TLC would go a long way. But
So,
Yeah.
TV, fencing and renovate the T-ball fields, is that something that is just
that's
to make it nicer?
correct.
or
That's
it's
just another project that with our
make it
financial
nicer,
situation,
but
yeah,
they're usable and
absolutely.
the fencing is what, around the fields?
So right now the 4 T-ball fields, the fencing is
Like behind the batting?
yeah, it's like really small, the dugouts. It's just not really the way things are being set up now for baseball. So I've kind of even thought about maybe like redesigning a little bit there. There's one field that doesn't even get used at all because of flooding issues. So maybe just doing 3 a little bit of bigger fields for maybe like 10U instead of just T-ball. Because right now those fields are only for T-ball. That's all you could play there. So once baseball season ends in 3 months, the fields are just no one uses them. So it's more used for like parents that want to hit a ground ball with their, you know, their daughter or their son. So they're being used, but for like actual the league purposes, we really can't use them.
So with this renovation, you would be able to use them for the leagues
Yes,
with the
I'd be able to get.
100,000.
Yes, I was looking at, me and Fred met and we walked it. We were going to eliminate one of the fields and make the other 3 a little bit bigger. So there's be more clay space, so you can put like 60-foot bases, and then we'd have, you know, more of a dugout streamline. So we'll get a little bit more space out of it.
And that would alleviate, I know you have to close down sometimes the fields to kind of regenerate and stuff. This would give you a little more rotation.
Give us a bit more help. Yeah, absolutely. Especially now in
Spreading
the
it.
summertime when we have the sun going down at 8 o'clock. Yeah, will help us a lot.
Okay, the basketball courts, those are the outdoor basketball courts that we've had some parents
Correct.
ask for, right?
Correct. Location is I guess you could say our biggest challenge right now, depending on where we would put them at. There's always been discussion if we were to move tennis to the country club, we could use that property for that. But there's yeah, I know residents have always wanted outdoor basketball courts, but finding a location for them is our biggest challenge.
Through the chair, isn't that part of your idea of full site renovation for tennis court, like
Yeah, I mean, my
basketball court, but the pickleball's there?
correct.
$2 million, I would assume that that's part of
Well, no,
doing the
that's
whole redesign of the whole thing.
that is basically really redesigning the tennis facility at its current location. If we're talking about moving tennis and pickleball and those, you know, those racket sports predominantly to the country club, then that's a different animal. That's you're talking about a lot more money if you were to do that.
And I just want to mention, when we talk about the country club, be at
Mhm.
where the archery is.
That's off the table.
that's
I was
off
going
the
to bring that
table.
up. The last we
Off the
heard
table.
was that
There
that
is going to be
the
a
country club
short.
was off the table.
Correct. So there
So
is no room back there. We're having a short game of golf being put back there. So it's becoming,
When was that
golf.
decided? We talked about
it was
before
part
that
of the
thing was
whole,
site plan design
it was
to make sure there was areas for the future tennis courts.
there are areas in the front 9, which would be over behind the Dr. James facility over there. There are areas that we can accommodate
that's on Eldrin.
off of
Drive around
Eldrin,
there.
correct? But where the archery, that is no longer an available a possibility.
And that's
correct?
that space that we're talking about that she's bringing up is it's viable, but it has some issues there that you're
Do
gonna
you
have to
the
work with.
posts? Like I know with the golf balls.
Yeah,
shooting
you're gonna need
overhead
netting
stuff,
for
we don't
sure.
need to add
You don't need netting, you don't need poles,
lighting.
lighting.
Parking.
There's space there, but infrastructure wise, there's gonna be some challenges.
That retention pond, is that like those trees, and is that needed?
it's right off the second hole
Well,
where the
trees
tee
aren't
box
there
is.
A lot of those trees aren't.
So
there
that tree
anymore.
line is gone. So you're looking at, I mean, I play golf. Okay. And I've played golf with a lot of people and I've seen people duck hook where we put those courts, you're gonna need netting or someone's gonna hit with a golf ball.
But that my understanding was not that we were going to like find a way to make sure that how you design the golf course, that it allows for that. My understanding was that there was a walkthrough that was done to like definitively see whether or not the infrastructure was there, and that it was not there, that we didn't have the infrastructure there.
Depending on what we do.
Right.
Depending on, if you're talking about lighting, if you're talking about that area, then yeah, you're looking at infrastructure wise, there's nothing there for lighting. You're gonna need trenching poles, you're gonna need an electrical box to turn on the lights. So that's gonna make that. But if you're gonna put, let's say, fencing with 4 courts, let's say, or 5, was it like 4 or 5 courts in that area?
It was at least that. yes.
Something like that, then it's possible. You're just gonna need a netting. But you start putting in lights and stuff, it's gonna get pricey. It's gonna get pricey.
Through the chair, and remember that the limitations that they're talking about, is with the existing golf course and country club right now.
No, I think
Other-
that's with the current layout of the way it is now, right?
It is right with the current layout, not with what we're hoping to maybe get something in the future, so that may change.
We need to separate the country club with
the land
course- with
part.
the course layout.
Okay, the
right?
course.
I think
Well,
I was here and and Paul Odell was here. We talked about before they started this whole process with the site plan for the new renovations. We specifically said to talk about looking at, I was outside, I wasn't up here on this side, but we talked about let them figure out, because this is what we want to do eventually. If we couldn't, but not to tell us because, well, we decided to do something else that we can't use it now.
I think the issue is the archery. That wasn't right.
Well,
We hadn't.
Paul and Jan Bell Jan and all of them worked out the design of the new course. So
Great.
they were very familiar with the archery being removed and this new short game being put in there. So, and the driving range being expanded and all of that. So that's been part of the design since day one of when we approved, the design with Jan Bell Jan.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sense I always got was that we were like, we'd talk to Omar about like, hey, but spitballing, like, hey, what do you think? And then when I would talk to Paul, it was like, I don't, like, I think we were talking past each other. And the sense that I got was that when all the parties involved got together, that logistically it wasn't viable because like something else had already been planned there, and there was a lot of infrastructure needs that prerequisites, and that was the sense that I got. Because I get the sense, Councilman, that you kind of felt like there were, like we were moving ahead, that there would eventually be a spot there for us to do something, and that was not my understanding.
That's the impression I got as a resident from the outside, that we were talking about discussing it to put it there eventually in the future. And the future is basically now when they're doing site plan approval, or,
Right.
they're doing design.
Yeah, but my understanding was that
But if you have a
that
goal to do
it
something
never
else,
came.
you're never going to make it happen. In other words, if I didn't want the tennis courts and the pickleballs there or anything else, I'll design something else there. Real simple.
Right. Yeah, but that wasn't my understanding that it was viable there.
I think we discussed where possibilities were,
Mhm.
and we said, the possibilities were at the current center, redoing it.
Or Stafford or the
With
country club.
racquetball and redoing the racquetball, and we have several residents that, that play racquetball. We talked about at Stafford Park and, said that provides the most space. The issue is it's not our property, but, the school board has been very, very working with us, of having that. And then the other possibility was, which I always liked, was the golf course. So in order to be able to use the, to help, well, just to make it like a country club where you have, tennis, tennis, racquetball and golf and stuff, but also to help the food service there, you know, a reason to afterwards to stay and have drinks or to eat lunch there or whatever, that it becomes more not just you drive to the courts and play and leave. So we've talked about that, but after we talked about that, it was my understanding when we were doing the and again, at these meetings, we talk. You know, it doesn't mean unless we take a vote, nothing is, it's just ideas. And as everyone knows, this is the only time we get to talk is when we're at a meeting about these issues.
I just remember Paul Odell sitting there and talking and said that, and as long as he's been in this business, it definitely goes aside. Tennis courts, you've seen it all, every country club in the nation, a lot, good high percentage of them.
But I
So
believe
that was the conversation.
And we're not saying that it can't, we're just
Well,
saying that
you
it's
just
not.
spent a bunch of money, now we're gonna do it.
Well, we're not saying it can't, we're just saying it's not gonna be behind the archery. It's gonna be over by the.
I never got the sense from Paul that he was like a champion for let's have a racket club at the golf course, right? Maybe that's all right. I know, but you're saying that you had a conversation out there with him.
on topic because this is, again, and we discuss a lot of things here. And unless we take a vote, it's, you know, it's just discussions. It's the only time that we can discuss. So let's, the 2 million that you have here is the tennis court at that site.
Right.
Of totally renovating it and possibly.
Pro shop, new
pickleball.
restrooms, yeah.
There's not. a lot of
Mostly
space.
tennis. It'll be, no, it'll be, well, it'll be focused on tennis and racquetball. If pickleball was to stay there, they'd have to share usage. We don't have enough space there to provide them with their own courts. And
And going back, sorry, Omar, the basketball courts, these would be like 2 outdoor courts that you're saying, but we have to find a location for them.
one of the
Basketball,
locations,
concrete basketball.
correct,
courts.
one of the locations I thought of would be Stafford. But if we were to renovate tennis completely and then move pickleball to Stafford, then that's the spot I had vision for them. So it's either I was gonna put pickleball or the basketball courts at Stafford. Long term.
Yes. If we're looking at a $2 million budget for tennis center, we can go ahead and make that contribution to the new country club.
Make it what? Speaking of.
$2 million for the new country club instead of a new tennis court. Doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, they're saying it's gonna be around 3.5.
Yeah, let's do the chair. In reference to the possible full site renovation of the tennis center, you said that there'll only be tennis courts, wouldn't have room for pickleball because the racquetball. Back to the same thing. You're talking about the least sport in demand in our city. So why are we even thinking about fixing that with racquetballs? Why don't we do tennis and pickleball there?
You could, but it's my job to provide you guys with what we currently have. And those are the amenities that are there. But if,
Racquetball has to go.
okay, that's your decision, Councilman. I'm here to provide you with what's there, and the community would like to keep it the same.
Discussing and we're asking questions and this is a wish list.
Pickleball, and there it is.
Okay, but it's a wish list. We're trying to understand his wish list of what he has here. He has pickleball is a separate item. So I'm just trying to understand when you have $2 million as a wish list, and again, wish list is what we would love to get if we get a grant, if, you know, a sponsor, whatever, of what that means, because you're the one, the professional who's putting this together and telling us this is what you like. So I'm just trying to understand what the 2 million that Omar has on here for the tennis center site renovation, what that entails.
Right.
Okay, so then the next item you have is the pickleball courts at 20,000 each. Seems like a bargain.
It's so the pickleball courts right now, from what I've been talking to people in the industry, they're about 25 each. So you would need about $100,000 to do pickleball courts
Is
at
that
Stafford.
asphalt, concrete? What is-
Concrete.
Concrete. Pickleball courts. Okay, and I'm guessing, and we have members here from the Pickleball Society. Pickleball, maybe. I think it's so great.
Soon to be society.
Wonderful. I mean, obviously, 1 or 2 1 or 2 courts is never enough in pickleball, from what I understand, right? You won't, because you play, yes. So realistically, this a 4 courts is some, I mean, obviously we want to make it so that it's not like, oh yeah, but there's only one court there too. Is 4 courts is something that you think would work well?
Minimum.
If I may.
Yes.
Come to the mic if you're gonna talk,
Okay, cool.
or up here.
There's
yeah,
no
it's
mic,
okay.
so.
If I may, so the biggest issue probably right now that we're facing is that, I mean, as you guys know, like tennis is a professional sport that requires a pro shop. It's people who are very concentrated into their sport. Pickleball is a pickup recreational thing. So it kind of conflicts. It's almost like yachters and like jet skiers. So it's not a good mix. Although they're racket sports, they're really not a good mix. It's a completely different demographic. So we're basically looking at the most feasible and the most cost-effective location for the city. And we thought Stafford would probably be the best bet. There's an unused intersection on the south side of the baseball courts that's completely unused. There's already 2 posts there that could potentially, possibly, we can add lighting to them, and then we would have lit courts there. That would be like not the ideal situation. Ideally, we would get like Omar got a quote for lighting, but we're not demanding for lighting immediately. We can do sunrise to sunset and get 4 courts. $100,000 should fix the problem, at least for now. And then put it as a separate down the road. Phase 2 is eventually at lighting, which would be about $150,000. That'd be 4 new light posts. Probably we can rig it with 2, but ideally we would want the 4. But that would be phase 2. I think for an immediate solution, I think $100,000 on at Stafford Park in an unused fenced area, I think it's probably going to be the best solution for us now.
And would that 100,000, because that's to build the concrete. Is that a possibility at the golf course?
We don't have infrastructure there. There is no infrastructure there now. So you're talking about now, you basically, you don't have any parking, bathrooms, water.
We have bathrooms you're saying over at the Eldred.
So the location on Eldred Drive, it would be 4 courts just there. So if they have to use the restroom, they'd have to walk or drive all the way across the first hole, which is at least 700 feet, no yards, right? Yeah, and parking. So the reality, so at Stafford, it makes sense because you can phase things out, or you could do it all at once, depending. Like there's currently 2 poles there, which we could probably use, but according to Musco, they said that it's a little bit risky to use those poles only because the height of them, and you have to put the lights a little bit too high. So then you can't have 2 poles on what is the south side because there's FP&L wires that are running. So you have to put the poles on the east side of that fenced area and on the west side. But those poles are going to be 40 feet high, while the ones that are there now are 60 feet. So you can't have them at the same height. You have to have them at the same height because when you have them off, you can blind somebody. And if they get hit in the face, and it's more for the baseball player that's playing left field in that big field. That's what he was worried about. So he said, you're going to end up putting 4 poles for basically the same amount. And then you have a safe playing surface for pickleball. And the current poles will only focus on soccer and baseball, right? So, and the thing is there that we have the infrastructure. We already have a light box that has enough wattage and everything that we can plug into it. So it has already the backbone for us to do it there. Plus, we could potentially get a 5th court down the road. It's just there's a water main that's there. So I'd have to get water and sewer to basically move the water main at some point in time, and then we can put another court there. But water and sewer is not going to allow me to put a court on that water main because if it breaks or something, you got to rip up the court. So you could put the way I have the 4 courts set up. We're not overtopping the water main. It's completely 100% accessible. Plus, I even left a space to the left. So if we were in the future to put like a shade canopy or something where if they're waiting to play next, they have somewhere like an umbrella area where they can have a water fountain. So, but we've discussed phasing it out in that way that we have ways of expanding it if needed, and also providing a really nice place for them to play pickleball little by little without, the other one by tennis. I mean, the one by golf, we're going to spend more money there.
Could we do because pickleball is much smaller than tennis
Right.
courts. We're talking like basically two tennis courts.
They're 20 by 44. but you gotta have 30 by 64 play surface.
Is there room there where the archery was?
Not if they do the,
The short game.
the short game. The short game they're talking about putting there, I think is what, how many is it, like 4 or 5 holes, right? Something like that?
Mhm. Yeah,
But-
it's the short game is gonna be geared for smaller.
For children.
For children golfers. That's what the short game is for.
The golf course, I don't want to talk on Paul's behalf, but the short game thing that they have visualized could work really well. Mel Reese closed, so they're no longer have the kids program. So there could be an opportunity there for something as far as recreation and leisure that's going to be very unique in this area. So I
Like the first tee.
yeah, so there could be
The
really
move to
good
Miami
promises
Lakes.
there. There could be something there that could work. So I'm not gonna sit here and talk on Paul's behalf, but I saw his vision when I were able to meet with them and see what they were trying to do. There's good possibilities there. But I do think the best option for us, if we were to fund it, to move pickleball to Stafford. There's restrooms there. There's parking right by the playground, which they could just walk right across. It's already a park that's a lot of people are using it. People are walking. It's inviting.
Stafford is that it's not our land. We'd have to get approval from school board.
Correct.
Correct.
And
But I also want, and I'm not sure, if you're talking about the fenced in area right beyond the playground there, correct?
Right.
Right where the historical society is, where they have their
Correct.
facility.
Correct.
So we have to be very cognizant because I still have an Oakwood East Drive
Project.
stormwater project.
That's gonna run
that
right
is
through there.
running right through there, and I've got a drain right there that is gonna be part of that whole construction
Yeah.
in the next year. So
this year, which will probably be several years for completion.
it'll
right?
be at least 1 year of completion once it gets
Started.
started.
So probably
So you're-
earliest, we're talking 2 years.
You're talking at least right now, if I were to tell you, it'd be a year and a half.
Okay, before it's even.
It struck me, Mayor, though, that all these projects were kind of down the line. Like, I mean, I know that you guys are out here, but I never thought that there was going to be a pickleball center solution, particularly, given that our budget is, we're struggling here to find a way to make this all work. I mean, I always felt like putting racket, because that was, that was over there before the pickleball, got as huge as it did. Like, I never thought that it was viable to have racquetball over there, because we were talking about 3-wall versus 4-wall. Pickleball is growing. It's popular. We need to, do more. But it's a long term. It's a couple years down the line, at least. I think it's good for us to think about where and start kind of like, setting the course. But
Well, and I think it's important that we're having this because we have
Mhm.
these residents who are very interested in pickleball, and you're hearing the concerns. It's not so easy of just saying where we're going to do it. Stafford doesn't belong to us. That whole thing is school board property. They're letting us use it, and at any minute, although it's unlikely, but.
yeah,
at
it's
any
it's not that we
minute,
don't
say
have
we
the
want it
will.
again, we want it back. We're not letting you. So anything we build there, we have to get a permission from them, but it's also permission that, yeah, you can build it and, we'll take it back at any time. But what's more concerning is the Oakwood flood control and stormwater projects that we have in that area, which means nothing can be done in that area until those projects are completed. So,
Not to mention you would need to fix the flooding to do it there.
to do it
To
right.
begin with, like,
Right.
not even the timing of it, like then by necessity, it's required that we fix the flooding issue there before you do anything, a walking path or anything you got to do there.
There's gonna
But,
be a
you know-
drain put there as part of the
Yeah,
Oakwood East Drive
yeah.
project, so.
But all of these that are on the recreation department wish list are all, important. I don't think there's anything here. The dog park in Reagan, I would not support. I don't think we need another dog park over there when, we've got one here. But, I'm only one vote.
That's it. Laney's coming after you.
Huh?
Laney's going to come after you for that comment.
There's, other things that, that we need in the city, pickleball and basketball courts and other things that we don't have right now, outdoor basketball courts.
Right.
But, Mayor,
I think.
If I may.
yes, sir.
uh, These are baby steps. So the first thing we had were the pickleball courts at the tennis center, and it proved to be successful. I mean, there's a lot of people. If you go in the evenings, there's like 30 people trying to play in 2 courts. So it's very popular. Sometimes it's 1 court because the concession has priority, and if they bring their own people or whatever, they have the priority. So in talking about baby steps, and I hear that basketball courts are needed as well as pickleball, okay? Well, I play at Salvation Army in a basketball court where we have 3 comfortable pickleball courts there, and we just have times for each sport allocated. So just so you know, and there's in Miami Beach, there's basketball courts indoors, okay, that convert at a certain time, sometimes from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m., depending on the time of the year, and they have 3 pickleball indoor courts. So in bringing the idea of baby steps, because I heard tonight all the budget constraints that we have at the city, those are ideas that I would like to leave out, you know, because it is popular. It's here to stay, the pickleball, I mean, and there are other needs, and we can all work them together, I think. Okay, so just
We appreciate.
Well,
Okay.
if you think about it, Enrique, it was just like a year ago
I know.
that you
Yeah.
approached us and said, you know, you'd like to have it at the tennis courts, and it's happened. And, you know, so these things happen. As much as you hear of our concerns, those are valid concerns because it's our responsibility, but ultimately
But
our
again-
goal is always to
But
try to
again,
find
they
ways to make
they
things
don't
happen.
work. They don't work very well with the tennis courts.
Hmm.
Okay, it was very good for a pilot program, but in my opinion, they kind of have to be independent, or at least have a specific
And if you remember,
allocated
that was
time.
Manny's concern from the beginning. that
Yes,
he didn't think it
and
was a good
Manny's he's a pickleball player. He even went to a tournament and you know, everything. But
Through the
it's
chair.
different, you know, it's a different type of persons, the people that play pickleball. They don't know that if somebody's playing tennis, you have to wait until the point finishes before going through. So it's hard, you know, it's so that I just wanted to give those ideas in taking baby steps. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you staying through the meeting and listening to the concerns, but
Through the chair,
yes, ma'am.
I wanted to pickle back on Enrique. I really like providing blocks to share with the tennis court. I know that we had converted some of the tennis courts to play pickleball, but the demand is so high right now that I think that maybe opening up an option where you have days of block that you just the whole courts is just pickleball, maybe a couple hours a day. I don't know how it would be scheduled.
That's Manny is,
Let me finish what I'm
but
saying. 'cause
Manny's our administrator, so that has to go.
We'll go through him, but I think that if that can help as far as revenues go to get some other projects going, because I mean, at this point, it seems like there's more demand in pickleball than actual tennis as far as revenues go. No, I know that, but what I'm saying is that, like Mayor said, we would have to talk to Manny, see if we could start creating day blocks. Maybe half a day, it's just all pickleball, but all the courts are available to you. Instead of just having, I think you guys have what, 2?
Like
Or 3?
basketball court idea. You know,
Uh-huh, and that would be,
times, like people, the residents.
Omar, what do you think of, what are your thoughts? And I know we're throwing a lot, but with the
And-
basketball, indoor basketball, that would require painting the indoor basketball court. So there's an expense there, but I imagine that's not.
I'll do some more research on that.
Okay.
I've heard from several parks directors that they don't prefer pickleball inside. But again, that's their opinion. I'll find out why,
Okay.
what
That
the
might be an
situation is.
opportunity to, and the
Um,
painting would have to be budgeted for the wood.
Yeah, if you're talking
floors,
about
but-
painting a pickleball court on a basketball court, you're talking about a lot more money than you guys probably would like to
Through the chair,
pay for.
back
It's not
to-
easy to do that.
through the chair, back to, hate to beat a dead horse, but a racquetball at the tennis court right now. I think I heard you one time before mention, we got rid of the racquetballs courts. How many more pickleballs, actual just dedicated pickleball courts could be put there?
Probably about 3 or 4.
So what's going on? Why can't we just do that?
There's a cost
We didn't
of
fund it 'cause it was just
demolishing,
too expensive.
demolition, and then building. But okay, these are all ideas. Look, Right now, this is just budget. We're just
Budget.
talking about ideas. That's a possibility. Also, when we circle back and we discuss what we really can budget. I think you all understand our constraints. It's not that we want to prohibit it, but it's like you said, it's going to have to be baby steps.
One last one. So, I mean, and this is completely.
Talk into the mic.
Completely low budget, and I know like Omar was not a big proponent. I mean, well, not that he's not, but I'm saying he's gotten negative feedback from people in the community, in the recreation community regarding indoor pickleball and sharing with the basketball courts. My experience has been really with North Shore Park and Scott Rackhouse Park in Miami Beach, and then the Southern Command, Doral, has allowed me to use tape to tape down lines. It's kind of so one court, actually, I was able to fit 4 pickleball courts there with portable nets.
An indoor?
It's an indoor, yeah. It's an indoor basketball court. They were very open to the idea. I mean, it's just literally using painter's tape. It does, I mean, it's not ideal. It's something that, I mean, would probably give us a short-term solution at a very low cost. But, you know, again, that's something that I just wanted to share with you guys. And it is a possibility. I mean, I'll let Omar do a little bit more research on that. And I don't know.
But that,
I mean,
that risks damaging the floor.
No, the painter's tape won't damage the floor. But again, it's a short-term solution. So what are we doing? We're spinning our wheels.
Right.
When are they going to play? In the mornings? But they play in the mornings now. But that's my point. They're not going to be able to play after 6 o'clock when they want to, because that place is packed in the afternoons, right? If they want to play pickleball in the mornings, they're doing it now because no one uses the court in the morning. Their problem is after 5 o'clock.
Well, and that's the thing is that if, you know, even when we were going back and I was thinking about that when we were talking about Stafford Park without lights, realistically, you know, half of the year it's dark at 6:30 or something, you know, even if you were to start playing at 6 before it gets dark, you know, it'll be dark by 7. So, you know, it's without
the rec-
lighting. I
the
don't know that this
Rec center after 5 o'clock. If we put pickleball courts in the rec center after 5 o'clock, you're going to have a line of people here. I'm just being honest,
Yes,
because
no,
that,
no,
that place is packed
Packed.
every day from
and,
5
and
to
what's
9,
good
9:30.
about it is a lot of pickup games with young kids and stuff. They go there to hang out.
Mayor, can I just, yeah, 1 second. I don't feel like we need to be, my opinion, this is just my opinion. I feel like it's been established that pickleball is the sport that has the most demand. I don't feel like we need to be sold on pickleball. I think that should take precedent over basketball courts. I think that it should take precedent because we had talked about racquetball courts. I think that, you know, when we talked about having like a whole tennis or a whole racket club and like everything integrated into one space is when it got kind of out of hand. I think that, at least I feel, everybody knows we need to move towards doing something more permanent for pickleball. And I think that's, you know, should take precedent over basketball courts or the dog park improvements or Rio Vista. I mean, we want all these things, but we don't need to be sold on pickleball. I think everybody's playing it. There's huge demand. And I think that we should just focus our efforts on trying to solve that. Like, do we get rid of racquetball and try to do something there? Like, let's just focus on finding a solution to get pickleball without, because I feel the more we try to integrate more things into it, make it be a basketball court and pickleball, I just feel like that complicates things.
So we'll come back. It's on a wish list. We'll have to figure out what we can do with the budget. And if we have, you know, some surplus, I think, you know, that for most of us will be high on the list of, you know, something that we could do for recreation. I'd still like to see it at the golf course because that's our land. That's, you know, it's a great sport. People are waiting. I play next. And, you know, if we can fit it back there or somewhere or, you know, but
Just one last thing, Mayor. I'd like Omar to touch on a little bit on the filtration system as the wish list.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so the aquatic center pump, right now it's working fine, and we've had some issues with it, but that's normal in aquatic centers with chlorine and marcite and everything there just melts away. But we're trying to be proactive, and we do realize that it's getting to its point where it could go on us it could, you know, it could last another year and a half, or it could go tomorrow. So we wanted to put it in there so you guys are aware in case, you know, James and Caitlin were like, we should buy one and store it, which was actually a great idea. But I was like, I don't know if we can do that. But anyway, but the reality is that we should be able to, yeah, it's about 25,000. But we wanted to make sure that you guys are aware that at the aquatic center, things are very finicky. They're working today, and then tomorrow is just like everything's melting to pieces, and it takes us forever to get things done. So we're just trying to keep the place open and operational, and the downtime to be a lot less than what it usually is. So I understand you guys are in a really tight situation, but hopefully I don't have to come to you guys in March and be like, hey, remember those $25,000 I asked for? But it's something that we roll the dice with it, basically. But the reality is that we might need one of those pretty soon.
Thank you, Omar.
Anything else?
Thank
for
you, gentlemen.
Omar, Caitlin, thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Anything else for Caitlin, Omar?
I think Omar's gonna end up staying maybe just for a short period of time. If we have any major questions for the senior center services,
Oh, yes. we were wondering.
we're gonna do that item, but Tammy called me today and apologized profusely for not being here tonight. She had an emergency with her dad and it was a bit of a scare, so she had to get him to the hospital.
Oh, my goodness.
So
Thank you, Caitlin.
asked if we could at least have you guys talk about her budget. If you had any specific questions, we'll have to come back to you with those answers, but we can certainly go through it. I think overall, the facility is working out beautifully. They have definitely increased their programs, their meal services. I think I gave each and every one of you an example just for the month of July as a comparison from last year, July to this year, July, we've increased from 2,600 to almost, 3,500 just in the month of a July as a comparison in serving meals to our senior citizens. So
That's wonderful. No, I know. The place looks great, but everyone, I always say it's like people have become 10 years younger since they've started going there. Everyone just is happy. The residents that go there are just happy, perky, wear their athletic clothes, and it's amazing.
It is an amazing facility. It really
Yeah.
is. It's really cool to go there.
It's like a fountain of youth.
and she's up to 597 registered clients at the senior center.
596. Those are the ones that are going also, or
Those are
just-
the registered all across the board. They
So
could
this could
either
be
go for
home-
meals, they could be for home services, they could be for classes. Any of the clients that are registered, there's 597 registered clients.
Their liability insurance tripled. If anybody wants to, as we, everybody talks about how much we're struggling here to try to make it. I think the culprit across the board is rising insurance costs. Every department, just the city in general, that is the reason we've got a deficit. We're looking at a deficit at our current millage rate. With the storms on the West Coast, it's huge. All the insurance companies and insurance costs have skyrocketed.
One of their wish list items, it's only $4,100 for 20 chairs. And that is because she's basically has attendance that, has basically grown, and she needs these for additional special events that they do have. So that's her one and only wish list item is for 20 chairs at $4,100.
And Councilman, just a follow up to the liability insurance. Senior Center and Public Works, which will come before you on the 21st, were the two largest buildings that got the majority of the increase for the
The hit.
property insurance. And Tammy's department as well, across all her divisions. The other large increase, besides again salaries and benefits, the catering costs are rising quicker than what the grants are paying for, which is accounting for why we need more of a subsidy from the general fund.
which was the 210,000.
Correct. And
That's
we're
using-
trying to also get additional funding from the OAA for the rest of the year. There's been numerous emails back and forth through months now, trying to get the same thing we've kind of talked about. When another funder can't use their funds, what cities need the funds, we need the funds to recoup some of our costs, and they're working on that with us.
So the appropriations, the state appropriations we got for the senior meals.
750,000 for the state appropriations.
They're not enough to.
No.
Which is a good problem to have in a way.
In a sense, yes, that we're having seniors, yes.
I mean,
especially
yes,
when
in
you
our
look at
situation,
older-
we probably say $200,000, but honestly, that place is amazing. And I go there often, and the staff and everything they're doing there is great. And we need this funding because of what they're doing. The people are coming in constantly, and they're bringing their friends, and they're bringing people that, would have never gone there years ago. So it's, yes, it's a tough one to swallow at 200K, but it is a good problem to have because that place is, and they do an amazing job. They really do. And the programming is just amazing. And I don't know if you guys know, she has a new thing there, like what's it called? You can go and I call it Zen mode. You can go and hang out and they play dominoes and it's such a cool place. It
And
really
they
is.
do all of that with 3 full-time
The trainers and the
full-timers.
dance teachers and the.
Such a cool place.
And
It
also
really
I've
is.
been there in the evening sometimes, Omar, and the Boy Scouts are meeting there.
Yeah.
So we're not just using it for, the adults. In the evenings, there's.
Still
Boy
using it
Scout
for ping pong,
meetings
right?
and,
We have ping pong at night. We have jujitsu.
Taekwondo.
We have
or something.
jujitsu. We have ping pong. We have the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts that meet twice a week there.
It's just really an amazing center.
Yeah,
Um,
that gets used.
so we have almost $200,000 increase.
That's a major incentive.
But it's 108,000 in liability insurance
Look there.
increase for the senior center for 1 year,
Went from
100,000.
From 49,000 to 158,000.
It's not even.
That's an insurance?
The whole
Yeah,
thing
the
is
liability insurance tripled.
$20,000
Went from
increase.
49 to 108.
No.
No, sorry, to
58. It's a
$158
$108,000 increase.
in 1 year.
It's no joke, man.
Yep.
No, but in total.
I mean, that eats into what,
It's supposed to be the-
That's what we're
money we
facing.
have.
What I meant.
This is the same budget from last year. The difference is
The insurance.
all the insurance.
It's all food
increases.
and insurance in this budget, basically.
Are we reaching out to Brown and Brown?
It's in the works.
Discussed?
It's
Can't bite it. Can't bite this bullet.
The catering costs 40,000 increase. Substantial amount.
which is still very, very, very reasonable.
Okay. Do we have any
And it's the same.
questions?
Miami
Omar,
Greater
any
Catering.
Major issues
I
with the
really don't.
building that you see in the next year or two of like what you were telling us with the pool and the heater and.
We do have one
It's
issue.
very relatively new. We opened it,
Dun,
but
dun, dun, dun.
We
Is there
do
one?
have one issue with the facility itself. There's a leak that we're still trying to deal with. Unfortunately, the,
roof leak?
yes.
Yeah.
The warranty, it's not within the building itself. It's on the exterior of
So
the,
it's
on
in
the patio.
On the patio and in the front
in the
lobby,
front.
the panels that are outside, those
Yeah.
those brown panels, the water percolates all the way through the rest of the building and it seeps
It's
through the.
warping and
Yeah.
it's kind of warping those decorative wood panelings up
Right.
at the top.
We're working with
But
Public
we're
Works
working
and
with them and we're trying to get that resolved as best as we can. I know Public Works is trying to do as much as they can with, maybe in-house services, but we'll see. If
but
if it,
nothing overall right now. The place looks really good. It's intact. There's things of wear and tear because people use the facility, but besides that, that's the one biggest issue we have. We try to keep up with it as much as we can. We pressure clean it. The front area at least once or twice a month. The patio gets pressure cleaned almost every 2 weeks.
it's used every weekend
it's
for
every user-
birthday
yeah,
parties,
so-
some type of birthday party, because I'm
Rent it.
constantly
rented or?
Oh, it's
Rented.
rented and I'm constantly signing the return of the deposits and stuff like that. Yes.
It's a really, really good facility. We've done a great job there.
Anybody have any questions for Omar?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Omar.
guys.
Go home.
Thank you.
All right. Last but not least, finance.
My daughter just texted me, when are you coming home?
My husband was wondering if I was
Right.
still here on my grandma and happy hour. Love you, honey.
So finance is on section 6.
Okay.
Finance had a $209,000 increase or 42% from the prior year. The budget now is at $695,000. And the other department we're doing professional. as well.
Yeah, we're gonna do both.
And professional services had a $77,000 decrease or 28% less than last year. For a budgeted total of $196,000, which is the professional services department.
What is professional services department? I'm
That's
not
the
sure.
department that I manage with the 2 girls. It's our
Procurement?
procurement person. And it's the public
Public
information
information.
officer, which
Okay.
is the one
All
that
right.
does all of
That's
our
together into
They're
one budget.
together
Okay.
into one budget, correct?
Mayor, I mean, the big difference here is obviously Chris's salary, and this is we didn't have that problem when we had, we took for granted
Like, I never took it for granted. I knew having our.
that we had a city manager
finances.
also be the finance director.
Yeah, you had 2 hats as one, and
Very capable.
I've only seen that in this city. I've never seen this anywhere else that I've been associated with, whether it's an auditor or finance director. So, yeah.
To the chair. There's a comment here on page 41A. It's it says it's an accomplishment. Received an unqualified audit from the city's external auditors. What does unqualified mean?
An unqualified opinion or an unmodified opinion is the only audit opinion you ever want to have.
Okay.
The other opinions would be a disclaimer of opinion when an
Okay.
auditor would come in and your books and records are basically unauditable.
Okay.
Or a qualified opinion is where there's a clause that they put in the report, kind of like an except for this, which had a certain issue.
Right.
So the
You
word
won't-
unqualified is a good thing.
Yeah,
Yes, that's what you want to,
right.
that's what you only
Right,
want.
you want unqualified.
You do not want to have any other opinions in the
We
other
get
than.
that award up
Yeah,
till
yeah.
now that we've gotten the award.
I thought it was a typo, but it's not my industry so much.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm wired correctly. For the record. Welcome aboard, Chris.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Where is the budget for the professional services? Oh, I see it now. Okay, it's here. Okay.
That one actually had a decrease of Suzelle, who was,
It's a procurement.
yeah,
Which was paid at a higher rate.
that was a $65,000, salary that
And because
is
we
not in
did
the
a-
budget this year.
But that is a position we're gonna have to fill, right?
It's currently filled, but it's filled by somebody that I'm in the process of training because she basically came from the building department and
Okay.
she's learning
Oh,
procurement
okay,
for the first
okay.
time ever.
Okay, any questions for Chris or Tammy?
Not yet. Wait till we get to six.
Hey.
We're good. I'm good.
Bang that gavel.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, guys. I think after 11, don't we have to take a vote to extend a meeting? Is
Yeah,
it
we
after
do.
11?